Okay with the broadcast? Excellent. Welcome to the first hearing of the inquiry into the privatisation of bus services. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or who are watching on the webcast. So today we'll be hearing from a range of stakeholders, including community members, the peak industry organisation for the bus and coach sector in New South Wales, a number of unions, Randwick City Council and City of Sydney Council, as well as some state and federal members of Parliament. I thank everyone for making the time to give evidence to this important inquiry. While we have many witnesses with us in person, some will be appearing via video conference today, as we have in this first session. I'd ask for everyone's patience through any technical difficulties that we may encounter today, and just to note also that we have one committee member, the Honourable Shane Mallard, who is also on the webcast for the duration of the hearing. If participants lose their internet connection and are disconnected from the hearing, they're asked to rejoin the hearing by using the same link as provided by the Committee Secretariat. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The proceedings are also being recorded, and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution that was adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. Finally, for those participating in today's hearing via video conference, can I please ask everyone to please state their name when they begin speaking, to speak directly into the microphone, and to mute their microphones when they're not speaking. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphones. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. So I now welcome our first witnesses. First, could each witness please state their name and position title and then swear either an oath or an affirmation? And I will start with you, Ms. Robinson.
Thanks. My name's Gay Robinson for this inquiry. I'm a community member. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, so my name is Ken Wilson. I'm also a community member. I now need to make the oath, don't I?
Yes, please.
I'm just thinking, where's that?
If I can say it to you, and you can repeat it after me if you like.
Yeah, that would be the most efficient.
Okay, so I swear that the evidence... Sorry, you go.
I swear that the evidence...
now about to be given by me...
now about to be given by me...
shall be the truth, the whole truth...
will be the truth, the whole truth...
and nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Robinson, would you like to make a short opening statement before we commence questioning?
So I just thought I'd draw out some of the key themes of my submission. The changes that have been made to the services in my area have mostly meant reductions in the efficiency of travel. There are two main types of significant changes. One is changes in routes where the current route covers only part of the previous route. So the place I see that most is the 373 route, which used to go all the way from Coogee to Circular Quay and now stops at Museum on the edge of the CBD. So whenever going in and out of the CBD using that service, it's now a two-stage trip, which is inevitably longer and more difficult. The second type of change that's having most impact is obviously the removal of some routes like the 377 and the 314. In relation to both of those sorts of changes, the new routes almost always end up in multi-stage trips that require connections between services. And a few things about connections. So one is the connections aren't always there in terms of physical location, so you may have to make your way from one stop to another to make the connection. There are no connections in terms of timing of services, so you have a wait, which adds to the length of your journey and means your journey time is also more unpredictable because you don't know when the connecting services are going to arrive. Another issue with multi-stage trips is having to physically get off one service, wait, and then physically get on another, which in itself is not a big issue for the able-bodied and people who are fit, but also but presents a challenge for people like the elderly, disabled, people travelling with young children. Multi-stage trips also mean that whatever you're doing on the bus, reading, working, is interrupted during the trip. So all of these impacts, I think, make using public transport less attractive for people and will in the long run discourage the use of public transport, and I've already seen a couple of examples of that with friends. This has negative impacts for our city and for the environment. I'm also concerned that the impacts are particularly felt by the more vulnerable, so people like the elderly and the disabled.
Thank you very much. That's great. If I could turn to you now, Mr. Wilson, did you want to make a short opening statement?
Yeah, so the last witness, I agree with everything she said. The same thing's happening over the side of the bridge. Multi-stage trips, etc. One of my concerns is that we now have about $30 billion worth of toll tunnels that are being built in those two areas, and they're likely to deliver more traffic congestion to the bus routes. And I'm thinking that the privatisation might be just a way of the government avoiding ownership of this problem, being that they're the ones that could actually do something about it. They'll just blame busways and what have you. The other thing, where I live near a place called Willoughby Leisure Centre, and one of the things that doesn't seem to be considered in the way that we've lost a lot of these buses that serve that actual area. And so that area has a large swimming pool or sports hall, sports fields, and Australia's largest netball association. And the access now is so poor that we can't operate everything at the same time. And we live in an area that's growing. Willoughby is growing as fast as, if not faster than the rest of New South Wales. And we need these sports fields. Inika Walker, the netball president, who's just recently retired, lamented that she seems to be losing members because people can't get to the thing. And so in particular, the bus that we lost that serves this precinct went from Mossman to Willoughby to Chatswood. It was the 257 that had been running for 99 years, either as a bus or a tram, and it got people to places where they can't park. and it was withdrawn, but the way it was withdrawn was rather disturbing. It was publicised on a bus webpage by Transport New South Wales that said bus improvements and announced thousands of extra buses to be returned. And I thought that was amazing. And I actually put that in my submission. I put a link to this what I think is propaganda. And guess what? It's just disappeared. It's gone. So I've sent in an additional thing, and it has a historic. You can actually see this propaganda, as I call it, somewhere else. But disturbingly, not even Willoughby Council seems to have realised that the 257 is gone, and I think that the pool's now being expanded. And guess what? The traffic report says the 257 still exists, which it doesn't. And says, people don't have any trouble getting to the bigger pool because they can catch the 257. And so there's so much misinformation going now around that they've even tricked Willoughby Council. And if you look at Willoughby Council's submission to this inquiry, you'll find it doesn't mention the 257. As far as they're aware, it still exists, but I know it doesn't. And so we complained to Gladys and all that sort of thing. And eventually what happened was that we got a letter back from Andrew Constance saying that, look, we know the 257's gone, but you can catch the 343 to Crow's Nest, and you can change to the 114 instead. The only issue with that is 10 days before he wrote that letter, he cancelled the 343. So I don't know if we've still got people down there 18 months later still waiting for the 343. It doesn't run. so I could go on. I just find the whole thing amazing. I sense there's something wrong with Transport New South Wales. I think that they seem to be going through those things. They're masked. Perhaps now that Ron Staples has been sacked, they're worried about their jobs, and they are telling the politicians what they want to hear. And what's actually happening out there is just chaos. So, I think I better stop now.
Thank you.
Go on forever.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. If I could just ask a couple of quick questions of you, Ms. Robinson, before I hand over to the opposition. When did you first notice these changes, particularly the replacement of longer journeys with multiple shorter trips? When did that start happening?
Well, it happened all at once. So there was a major change to the services in our area. And I haven't studied up. I can't remember the date. I have 5th of December in my head. But yeah, it was a significant date where the whole thing just changed over, yeah.
Yeah. And so are there any of the, is it the case that there are still some of those longer journeys being provided, or is it all now in this kind of multi-trip?
Well, it depends where you're going, obviously, but coming into the city, you can't get from Coogee or Maroubra all the way into Circular Quay or even just the centre of the city without multi-stage trip, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Mookie, Mr. Buttigieg.
I'd be interested to understand from either of you or both of you what sort of accountability has been put in place for this sort of these change to services. Has there been any recourse in terms of what's the feedback mechanism is there a complaints mechanism that you can take up and feed this back, and if so, what's been the response? I
personally haven't investigated things apart from making the submission to the inquiry. I was intending to make a complaint in some way, but I hadn't really investigated that mechanism until the inquiry came up, so I thought, I'll make a submission.
Yeah. Over here, I'm a member of Willoughby South Progress Association, and we met with the Premier Gladys about this a year ago, and took all this on board. And we basically explained the consultation consisted of you went down to catch your bus and it didn't turn up, and she was a little bit horrified, and she promised to get back to us, but hasn't since. We actually prepared a large spreadsheet. There were 5 separate my bus has been cancelled petitions totalling 5,000 people. I thought that was probably enough, but they've all been totally ignored. We've tried to pass them on to Tim James, the new member.
Who did that? Sorry, Mr. Wilson, just on that point. So who did that petition go to, sorry?
Gladys.
Right.
Yep. The former member of Willoughby. So we had a meeting with her a year ago. Telephone meeting with her a year ago. So what I couldn't understand was, like Gladys said, one of the things that's happened, we've lost access to North Shore Hospital, which is shocking, really, because some people don't need to get there. And Gladys went, oh dear, I used to catch that, and then that's the end of it. I don't know. This is not characteristic of Gladys. Gladys is, it's like, I feel like, it sounds like she's been nobbled to me. I think someone's out to get her. And that's
May I?
I can't believe it, but everything we've tried to, we do bus line thing, all that sort of thing, it's all ignored. No one's spoken to
us. And is there?
James keeps promising to talk to us, but then doesn't.
What about website or anything like that? No interactive ability to jump on a Transport for New South Wales website and give feedback or anything like that?
Yeah, they've done that, and I requested that my submission has been acknowledged. I've done that about 15 times and got nothing back ever.
Right.
It's like a complete vacuum. It's like we're screaming. And so, as I said, created this huge spreadsheet with all the issues in it and all the people's complaints. There's a handicapped lady who bought a house on the one on the bus route 120, which went to her work in Bondi, and 257 with her friends she bought a unit in Balmoral, and that gave her independence, and she lost it completely because she just went down to catch the bus and was gone.
Mr. Feng?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Robinson, thank you for coming in today. Just in relation to, I was listening intently to your opening statement. The buses that you referred to, the ones that used to run from Coogee into Circular Quay, I believe it was, but now stops at Museum, is that that bus route, that's a state-run bus route, is it?
It's the 373. It looks like a public.
It's a public.
Bus?
So it's
It is a public
Yeah,
service.
it's
Yeah.
not a privatised.
No. Well,
and so the other services that you catch between, say, your eastern suburbs location and the CBD, that they're state transit buses.
well,
Can I just
say,
clarify?
they were changed over to a private operator, which I only knew by. It's a 2nd of April or something. It moved over to a private operator. I hadn't known that. They looked the same.
Perhaps I might ask the question, Mr. Fang, is this a bus that was previously provided by State Transit that's now provided by a franchised company?
I guess I'm.
State Transit doesn't provide bus services anymore.
Well, what I'm doing is I'm just when the routes were being amended, were they amended under the privatised service, or were they amended under the state transit?
Maybe we could ask the way,
Transport for New South
Ms. Robertson, was the bus service change that you referred to, did that take place after State Transit was franchised and a private operator began to run the route?
No. The way I understand it is the big changes, whenever they were, 5th of December, I can't remember the date. And then I only saw in an email from our local member the other day that they had moved to a private operator on, I think it was the 2nd of April or something like that. So the changes happened ahead of that transfer.
Okay, so the changes to the service didn't occur under a privatised model.
That's right. I have observed changes to the timetable happening since the 2nd of April. So a bus that I used to catch at 7:23 a.m, I go to catch that one and, it's a 7:20 now, which to me says they're changing the timetable actively.
Was that published? Was the timetable?
Well, this is just looking at my the app.
Yeah.
But, for example, I think when the big changes came in, the latest Express 373X to leave the city, I noticed, and I was really pleased, was as late as 7:30, I think, which was a lot later than they had been. But now I think the latest is 7:10. So I can see dynamic changes to the timetable, but the big changes were before it moved to the private operator.
Thank you. I guess just in reference to the concerns that you've had with the previous service, in relation to the terms of reference when you were writing your submission, what parts of the terms of reference were you addressing in your submission?
I can't point you to a paragraph. Sorry, I read the terms of reference, but I can't specifically tell you a paragraph that I've been.
Mr. Wilson, if I asked you the same question, are you able to provide me some elucidations on what parts of the terms of reference you were referring to in your submission?
I think I covered everything except the electrification.
Can I answer? Sorry, because I have got my terms of reference here. So I highlighted the impact on the commuting public through the loss of bus stops and services.
Okay.
Is what I highlighted.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, if I asked you the same questions about the services and the operation of those services, were the changes under a privatised model?
Yeah, so it's a hard question to ask people like Jane and I, because it hasn't been easy to work out that the buses have been privatised. I looked at the bus the other day and it had busways written on it, and I thought, maybe it's been privatised. And an internet search found a funny article in Land Cove and the Busways website. They were very proud that they'd been awarded the Area 7 contract. But most people would have had no idea it had happened. So it's a hard question to ask us. And I think you'll be asking more questions about this during the inquiry.
I have no doubt, Mr. Wilson.
About a year. The changes happened a year ago, but privatisation was probably being negotiated at the time. So I think when the idea of privatising Area 7 would have happened well before the changes.
Isn't that people don't realise it's happened? I mean, it's a philosophical argument going on here about privatisation. You're saying you didn't know until you put Busway on the bus, you didn't know it had been privatised.
Well, yeah, there's other reports that now that Busways is running it, that they're having trouble. They've been advertising for bus drivers, and buses around them have been cancelled.
Well, evidence just then is that most people didn't realise that the service had been privatised.
Well, I haven't caught a bus for a while, but no, we didn't. But we were a little bit peeved that we weren't told. I guess if you know that's me.
I can understand your frustration with that, Mr. Wilson. I would be equally aggrieved. I think sorry, the Honourable Mark Buttigieg is indicated here has got a question, so I might just.
I just want to get your view on if you're going to move to a what they call a competitive tendering process, which is a kind of a euphemism for privatisation by stealth via franchising, and you rationalise those routes prior, then it would stand to reason, wouldn't it, that the metrics you use once it actually goes over are based on those already changed routes. So if, for example, you're using Opal tap-off rates on routes that have already been changed in the lead up to that process, then that sort of justifies the argument, doesn't it? Because people like you who have fallen through the gaps, clearly, and that's been your evidence here today, where ship trips have been hived off into multiple stages, have been elongated, changes, all that essentially gets lost in the statistics because the statistics are based on routes that have already been changed prior via Opal tap-off rates. Is that your understanding of what's happened?
Yeah,
Sorry.
You go first, Ken.
You go, Jane.
We knew that...
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms Robinson first, and then maybe Mr Wilson.
We knew that privatisation was being proposed for our area.
Yeah.
And so my personal interpretation was that the routes were being rationalised, if you like, ready for privatisation. So that was my interpretation. But as I've said, I didn't know it actually happened until I saw this email from my MP.
And when was that, roughly, that email, do you remember?
Within the last week or two.
Yeah. Mr Wilson?
Sorry, I've forgotten what we were asking. Can you repeat the question?
Well, the proposition was is that if you were prepping routes for franchising and tendering out, as these ones have been, then and you change those routes prior to the formal process happening, then your statistics pre and post are not comparable because the old routes are gone. So all those things you're talking about, the trunk, the having to change buses, elongating the trips, buses not going to the places they used to, which mean people have to walk further, all those sort of things that get caught and people fall through the gaps won't be captured because the routes have already been changed prior to the tendering process.
Yes, indeed. So for example, when you get to Action for Transport, they talk about balkanisation, and that is that you can only really travel in your own zone now, because instead of we had, for example, the 340 bus went from Zone 7 across to Bondi. And now that stopped, so you've got to get out and change. It's quite a long walk to get to the 333. Also, the 343 went from Chatswood to Kingsford. And this is what Action for Transport, this is an example of when you get to Action for Transport, they talk about balkanisation. So we now have people that going to Kingsford who have to change buses twice and use 3 buses to get there. And I know, a friend of mine, she has a subscription, old lady, she has a subscription at the Belwar Theatre. she can get there with two changes on the way back, it's 3. And she's thinking, why did I get this subscription? Why didn't someone tell me they were going to take these buses away so I could plan for it? And they haven't, and they didn't. And yeah, so I can see that. What I can see, you know, we're just relying on conspiracy theories. You know, we've got so many conspiracy theories floating around here. I try not to get into that. But yeah, I can well imagine that would be the case, but I can't prove that, and I'm not in a place to do it. And no one's going to help me, and no one's going to tell me anything unless I start lodging freedom of information requests or something. So.
And what was there any level?
It sounds pretty good to me.
Was there any level of consultation prior to the changes with the community?
No, not one bit.
Right. So you have these fairly significant changes in routes, and it's interesting because when you read the Transport for New South Wales submission, it's portrayed as a very, very small minority that's affected. They use percentages of routes and try and justify that the dislocation is very minor. But you said you've got a petition of 5,000 people, so it's obviously 5,000 people have been prepared to sign that.
We've got 5 petitions set up by 5 different people with about 1,000 signatures each.
Yeah. And I think, Ms. Robinson, you said that you'd had discussions with many people who had experienced the same sort of thing.
Oh, yeah. You only have to read the changes they've made to our services to see that almost every service has been impacted in some way.
And again, in the eastern suburbs to the city, which is largely your sort of area, there was no consultation prior?
No, because if there had been, I would have been part of it.
What would you say? You go on. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
The other thing that seems to happen is worst affected are pensioners, elderly and school children. And so we've got mum and dad goes and catches the express bus of the city, pays the full fare, and the kid goes to catch their bus, and their bus has been cancelled. And there's an allegation, I think, in the Rail Tram and Bus Union, is that where you have an area and you have profitable routes full of full-paying passengers and less profitable routes, and the profitable routes subsidise the less profitable routes. And what their allegation is, and I don't know how true it is, but it makes sense to me because I just live in a world of conspiracy theories. I don't know what's going on. Is that those profitable routes now go into the profits of the private bus operators?
And what would you say?
Can you provide us some evidence to that effect, Mr. Wilson?
Sorry, what evidence do you provide?
Seeking any evidence at all that was occurring.
Oh, okay, so the bus, the most profitable route here has always been the one that goes down the freeway. So you get people who are earning $300,000 in the finance industry who actually catch a bus to work. And because it goes by the freeway, that bus goes back and forth very. So that bus can make 6 or as many as 5 trips in peak hour. So it's got to be raking in money. Then because of the people, because of the high income people, that catch the bus. Yes, because they're all full fare paying passengers.
I think Mr.
No pension tickets.
Sorry, I think Mr. Mallard has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Because I know we're running out of time.
Can we extend this?
I'm part of Pacific West Sydney, right? Most of Western Sydney does not have government-provided bus services. I grew up in Penrith, always been in private contract, excellent bus services. So why is your position, both of you, that a government-provided service is better than a private-provided service, when the evidence I'm giving you in Sydney is that it's been a very good outcome long-term for Western Sydney?
Well,
I think it's literally like the government-operated service, as we had it before the changes, privatised might have been fine, right? But some of our services have been gutted and then privatised, and it's that first step. This is the thing that concerns us most.
So you're not actually against privatising?
My bus, we've got busways. Apparently, they're very good. They might be better. I don't know.
So, Mr. Wilson, can I just confirm you're not against privatised bus services? Is that correct?
The notion of privatisation, no. But the way it's being done, yes.
Okay. Second part of my question is...
Sorry, Ms. Robinson wasn't given a chance to respond.
Conspiracy theories is quite fine, but there's been a conspiracy theory about restructuring public transport. It goes back to the Labor in government. I remember I was in the City of Sydney and the protests against bus routes changing in Surrey Hills through the eastern suburbs, even under Labor. Many speeches in Parliament about the change of philosophy to public transport into the modal shift. That's what I'm getting to about this notion of buses being truncated, because the backfield thinking of putting buses and trains directly into the CBD has caused the congestion and the problems within the CBD, and now we're decentralising public transport. And modal shifts are part of the story now. Metro rail, new metro rail, of course the heavy rail, which is being restructured, the light rail, the new light rail services, buses and active transport, which is a big part now of the transport mix. We're now trying to get the population globally, not just in Sydney, to think about it's natural to swap buses, to swap onto a train from a bus or ride a bike to a bus stop and take the bus with the bike on it. Do you understand that approach? No conspiracy.
Absolutely, but I think what we've been delivered here is a spoken hub model without the hubs. And I can name one beautiful place to stick a hub is on where the bus stops on the Warringah Freeway are under Military Road.
No, I agree with that.
But I have spoken to the Western Harbour Tunnel Group, and they said, nothing to do with us, mate, we're doing integrated transport. I'm going, that's integrated transport, isn't it? And integrated transport is another one of these like amazing spin to come to. How is it integrated?
And those changing modes is inconvenient if you've been used to going, by bus, all the way from Coogee right to Circular Quay. But we've taken the buses out of the city, and the idea is you change somewhere around Central, I guess, get onto the light rail, which is a magnificent service to go down into the city, and it's really deep, really changed. You'd agree with that?
Yes, I quite like the light rail myself, and I do like some aspects of the new services, true, but I do think we've lost services that deal with access where there's no parking. And I think the government needs to think a bit more about, like the beaches link, for example. We'll be able to get to the beaches really quickly, but where do you park at a beach? But, surely, you've seen before that, our area seems to think a metro between Chatswood and French's Forest would completely nail it. It might be a lot cheaper, and then you could actually get to the beach. But as would a bus interchange on Military Road.
Mr. Mallard, I wanted to give Ms. Robinson the opportunity to respond to the first of your questions just then. Ms. Robinson?
Yeah, I guess what I'm mainly commenting on is the change in services that we saw ahead of privatisation. But I guess if you think about a privatised model, you're going to want to have more people on each service to make it more profitable. So my interpretation would be that the cuts to services ahead of privatisation were potentially to make it palatable, I guess, for a private operator to run those services.
And Ms. Robinson, there was a comment made by my colleague, Mr. Mallard, about the light rail. I think in your evidence you say that it's slow and it's actually doesn't get you to where you need to go. Did you want to elaborate on some of those points that you made?
Yeah, the light rail, I thought ahead of it was a fantastic idea. It's extremely slow through the city in particular because it's going down George Street. There's no restriction on pedestrians. They're constantly almost hitting pedestrians, tooting their horns to get them out of the way, so they have to travel at a very slow pace to get through the city. Connections, and the other thing for me is at the end it takes me to Randwick Junction. It makes no easy connections with the buses that take you further to Coogee or Maroubra because you have to physically move across a road, up a bit, down a bit. The buses aren't linked to the light rail, so pretty much every time I catch the light rail, to Randwick, I look across the street I'm about to cross and I see a bus leaving, which I could have caught if I'd been across the road. So the connections need to be good. In the city, the light rail is on George Street, and most of the buses are up Castlereagh, Elizabeth Street. So it doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're planning a trip and you want it to be as efficient as possible, that extra wait here for this service, go away on that service, move up to the other service, it just adds to the complications of the trip. And as I say, it's more the people like elderly and disabled that I worry about because, I don't mind a bit of walking and running around the city, but some people just can't do that.
Yeah. And what would you say, presumably if Transport for New South Wales were here and they were being honest, they would say something to the effect of, yes, but we've saved, you look at some of the cost savings they've hypothecated in their submission, 90 million here, 120 million here. So effectively, if we were to accept that cost savings have been made at the cost of bespoke provision of services, in other words, direct trips, not having to change, shorter trips, what would you say to that sort of cost-benefit analysis if that were the argument?
Well, what other impacts might you have from that cost saving? You might have more people using their cars for trips or parts of trips because of the lack of efficiency of the public transport. If they're making that saving, what are they doing with the saving? What are they doing with that money? Are they doing something worthwhile with it? I guess there's a philosophy of how much good public transport do you want to provide to the citizens?
Yeah.
Do you think that the way that the bus services have now been designed is almost commuter focused as opposed to focused on people getting around in their everyday lives? So you were talking before about, obviously, if there is, a bunch of changes from bus service to bus service, it obviously for people with mobility issues, that's a problem. But also for anyone with children, young children, having to drag them on and off of buses. But also if you were going shopping and you had a huge amount of, shopping that you wanted to take on the bus. Does that sort of, is that your experience of using the buses in the eastern suburbs?
Definitely. The express services are changed to some extent, but the core of the express services is still there. And so that's for your, people working in the city. Most other trips, there's more changing, more complications. And, I'm a pretty savvy public transport user, and sometimes it's really confusing. Where do I get off to connect with that? What's the change now? It's perhaps we'll get used to it, but it's going to be harder for those more vulnerable people to just navigate the system.
That's the other thing. I'm just trying to follow up to that, Ms. Roberts. So how, as someone who's savvy like you, what means do you use to determine what the connections are and what time and all that sort of thing? Is that like an app or something?
Well, if I'm going on a route that I'm not familiar, I'll use the, I don't know what it's called, the Transport New South Wales website at home or at work. Yeah. If it's a route that I'm familiar with, I'm just using my app to see, okay, when's that bus coming? And then when I get to the next bit, when's the next bus coming?
So what do you do if you're a person who's not so tech savvy, maybe someone who's elderly who's not up with the technology?
Exactly. I think it's very difficult now because it causes confusion and uncertainty around, how am I going to get there? At this point in time, obviously, a lot of elderly people will be used to the old services and, just thinking, well, I used to catch the 377, now what do I do? It's hard.
Yeah.
Chair, can I ask a couple of questions?
Please do.
Thank you. Ms. Robertson and Mr. Wilson, can you take us through how reliable are the services now?
I actually think the city expresses are a bit more reliable, and that's because they've moved the starting point from Spring Street up to Martin Place at Castlereagh. So the evening express services used to be often very late and sometimes not show up at all, and I think that related to heavy CBD traffic. So that is something that has improved slightly.
And Mr. Wilson?
I think probably not as reliable recently, but I think one of the issues we have is our express services in peak hour have been cut. At the very last stop before the freeway, there's often, especially before COVID, the queue was around the block. There were people that had to wait till after peak hour to go to town, and that's never happened. And one of the things here is we used to have a little short bus route called 272, and now, because they're only, it's like to go to privatisation, you had a minimum number of bus routes, so they cut some. So we had a short bus route that went from Willoughby to Wynyard, and a long one and then we now have a long one from Chatswood to QVB, and they only do the Chatswood to QVB. So it's harder so that most of the traffic is in the bit in the middle, and so that with the same number of buses and drivers, there are less services, and so people just don't get on. And I can't work out why that shorter 272 has been cut, because it worked well and would make money for everybody happy. But maybe that's one too many numbers to give to the busways, I don't know.
And can you take us through what the impact, I guess, of the COVID as you saw them, as a commuter and as a traveller, a member of the travelling public, how much, in terms of the problems that you've referred to, and I guess the benefits you've also referred to, how much of that resulted from the fact that there's just a lot less people using our buses as people were working from home? How would the system, in your view, cope if there was to be a return to the pre-COVID levels of patronage?
Well, that last bus stop on the freeway would then be inoperable again during peak hour, yeah, as it was just before COVID started.
Ms Robinson, do you have any views?
Yeah, I think our expresses would get very busy again, because I think overall there may be slightly fewer services in the morning in particular, and if everybody was back in pre-COVID.
The logic of building the CBD light rail is that a lot of the volume growth and a lot of the population growth would be accommodated on light rail. Has that happened?
No. No one I know has changed to the light rail in terms of their everyday commute. And you look at the light rail, how empty it is compared to the buses. It's often pretty empty.
And that's because, for effectively, in your view, it's because the light rail is fundamentally slow.
Through the city, yes, very slow. And then for me and many others in my area, it stops at Randwick Junction. And then you've got a really awkward move onto buses which aren't coordinated. So you're adding, typically 5 to 10 minutes to your trip because you've got to make that awkward transfer.
Yeah, and look, to be fair to Transport for New South Wales, they assumed that they could peg back some services in the bus side because the CBD light rail would take the load. Do you think they were right to make that assumption?
Well, it's not looking as good as they expected would be my comment. It hasn't worked out that way, I don't think.
Okay.
Well, Ms Robinson, did you catch the buses into the city? You mentioned before down the Circular Quay.
Yeah.
So, what was termed out by a Labor Transport Minister as a conga line of buses, all about buses coming before them, queuing to go down to Circular Quay to do that linear trip into the city, which is stopped now. I mean, that bus trip was no less faster than the light rail. I catch the light rail all the time, and it's a pretty fast trip through the city, by the way. And pedestrians were, and I hate to say it because I was counted, but I know that regularly hit by buses on George Street. The fatalities on Druid Street. So the modal shift to light rail has not been a disaster that you're portraying. It's a safer and more environmentally...
Chair, sorry, point of order, Chair.
Yeah.
Is Mr Mallard a witness?
Yeah.
Well,
Is there a question, Mr. Mallard?
I was up, well, if I'm allowed to finish, I'm asking for a comment around the fact that the comparison of the two, let's be fair and talk about what a disaster buses were in the CBD. Miss Jackson used to catch the buses, and I would like her to comment on that.
Ms. Robinson?
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Robinson.
The buses I catch aren't the George Street end of things, the QVB end of things. So the ones I catch come via Elizabeth Street. The expresses come through the Eastern Distributors, so they actually miss a lot of traffic. So for me, the light rail is faster. Slower, much slower than the buses.
Could I ask you, Ms. Robinson, earlier when you were talking about shifting, whether it's from bus to bus or bus to something else, and you were talking about you might look up on the Transport for New South Wales website as to where you might go and in order to work that out. If you were someone who I guess hadn't done that and had taken one of those trips and then found yourself needing to make that change, are there people available at stations to help direct people to where they need to go? What would you do if you didn't have access to an internet at that point?
Well, there's no one at bus stops. I guess at light rail stops there might be some people around, but then they mightn't be there just for giving out information, but they might be handy. So no, on the bus stops, no one.
I think we have run out of time unless you've got any final questions from the opposition, no, or government members?
But I'll let them.
Okay. Thank you very much to both our witnesses for your considered submissions and for making yourselves available today. It's really helpful to hear from members of the public about their experiences. That concludes this session. We will very shortly welcome our next witnesses. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Broadcast? Excellent. So we'll now welcome our next witnesses from Bus New South Wales. If I could start with you, Mr. King, if you could tell us your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
So, John King, President of Bus New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare the affirmation that the evidence that now I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Frelkeld.
Matt Threlkeld, Executive Director, Bus New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in the hearing. Bus New South Wales is the peak body for the New South Wales private bus and coach industry. Our mission is to foster the efficient and sustainable growth of public transport in New South Wales and to promote the benefits of bus and coach travel. Bus New South Wales considers that the model used to tender the Sydney metropolitan regions, where bus services were previously operated by State Transit Authority, is part privatisation of government-operated services and would better be described as franchising. Ownership of assets, including buses and depots, and decisions regarding contracted bus services, which includes routes, timetables and bus stops, remains with the New South Wales Government and is managed by Transport for New South Wales. Further to this, the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal is responsible for determining fares. Bus New South Wales questions the timing of the inquiry, given the market process for the STA regions is complete. The contracts have been awarded and the successful operators have commenced the delivery of services in their respective regions. We note that 8 metropolitan bus region contracts where private bus operators had previously met Transport for New South Wales performance targets and value for money benchmarks were put to tender by the New South Wales Government in 2012-13. Whilst Bus New South Wales has not advocated for the franchising of the STA regions, the tendering of metropolitan bus operator regions in 2012-13 and again this year has meant that it would be unfair for a government bus operator to avoid any competition, in our view. Bus New South Wales understands that in parts of Sydney, the community and media have linked the review of public transport networks to privatisation, and based on the submissions made, the main focus of the inquiry appears to be on the performance of Transport for New South Wales in regard to bus service planning and community consultation. John and I are happy to take any questions from the committee in regard to the Bus New South Wales submission.
Thank you very much. I might just start with a couple of questions before I hand over to the opposition. I'm interested in the rollout of electric buses and the way that that has been, I guess, affected by the government. So if you could just maybe talk us through how each operator is, I guess, able to begin rolling out electric buses. Is it something that the government is completely in control of? Is it something that each bus operator can suggest themselves? How's that working in terms of the transition?
Yeah, I might start and I'll then pass over to John. Essentially, it is controlled by the government and Transport for New South Wales in terms of approving the procurement of vehicles. So we did see the government release the zero-emission bus transition strategy last year, and since then we understand that Transport for New South Wales has been working on a business case to support the rollout of zero-emission buses across the state. The main focus at this stage has been on the Sydney metropolitan area, and mainly in regard to the regions that were previously operated by the State Transit Authority, although we have seen that some of the private operators in the Sydney Metro have commenced procurement of electric buses that has been supported by Transport for New South Wales in terms of providing the funding for those vehicles, and that has obviously required some changes to depots in regard to providing infrastructure and charging equipment to support those electric buses. And my understanding is that there's been a negotiation between the private operator and Transport for New South Wales in regard to funding that is required to be able to set up depots for those vehicles that are now in service.
Okay, so if there's a particular region where there has been that agreement to, have that charging infrastructure put in place, would that then be caught by? So that is captured by each of those agreements as to what that looks like and who owns the infrastructure at the end of the day. Is that correct?
Yeah, look, that's something that's been negotiated between the operator and Transport for New South Wales. We are talking quite small numbers. So one region in particular in the southwest of Sydney, I think, is now up to around 12 battery electric buses, and there's a couple of others who have got 5 battery electric buses each. So I understand that the private operator has made some of the investment required to support the infrastructure, and that in some cases Transport for New South Wales has agreed to provide some funding to also support the charging equipment that is required to run those particular vehicles.
And is that the case with trials as well as sort of more permanent, contractual arrangements?
Yeah, look, at this stage, the vehicles that have been procured in the Sydney Metro have been, generally part of the normal bus replacement process. So where vehicles have been required to be replaced because of their maximum age, or in some cases it may relate to where growth services are put in place and there's a need to increase the peak vehicle requirement, that there's been then an agreement to go out and procure the battery electric buses, which are on the Transport for New South Wales bus procurement panel. And obviously that then means that Transport for New South Wales agrees to provide some funding, normally over a 15-year period, for those battery electric buses. But we've seen a slightly different approach for outer metropolitan contracts and rural and regional contracts, where at this point in time the government is still procuring diesel buses for those applications.
And is that because of a lack of, charging infrastructure in those non-metro areas? is that the sort of the hold up, I guess, on what are we looking at in terms of getting electric buses there eventually? Is it the demand for the actual, or no, not the demand, the supply for the buses, or is it to do with the charging infrastructure?
Yeah, look, it's generally to do with the charging infrastructure, but I think it's just a case of, it's early days in terms of the rollout, and the actual strategy is still being developed in terms of the business case. And I think, we will see some trials in those outer metropolitan and rural and regional areas before the actual transition is accelerated. But at this point in time, the focus has really been around the Sydney metropolitan area.
So just one last question on that then. Where are the buses, I guess, being made?
Yep.
We know that there's been a lot of supply difficulties with electric cars. Is there any of that same sort of problem when it comes to electric buses?
There's no issue in terms of supply. When you look at the battery electric buses that are approved on the Transport for New South Wales bus procurement panel for operators to select from, there is a number of, differences in terms of where they are manufactured. So there are some that are built here in Australia. There are some that are fully built overseas in China, and there are some which are a combination whereby the chassis may come from China, but the body of the bus is built here in Australia.
Thank you. Mr. Buttigieg.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I might just follow that line of questioning a little bit. So, in your submission, you went to the trouble of pointing out that you consider the tendering process to be half privatisation, if you like, where the government retains ownership of the assets and decisions over services. So this, moving towards this electric bus procurement, we're actively looking like we're going down a model where the private operator could potentially own a significant portion of those new assets. Is that right? Both in terms of the electric bus and the charging potentially?
Not necessarily. If you look at the current model, yes, the operator procures the bus and it sits on the operator's balance sheet. However, there is what we refer to as a tripartite agreement between government, the operator and the financier, which ultimately gives the government control of that bus. The government, we understand, also includes that vehicle on its balance sheet because it has a funding stream for 15 years to be able to then pay for the capital component of that vehicle, and also the interest that would generally apply to that bus. However, in regard to the industry briefing for the current tendering of contracts in the Sydney metropolitan area, the government did indicate that it may pursue a change to that methodology whereby the government would pay for that bus directly rather than the operator paying for that bus. But I'm not sure where that is at present.
But I'm just, so in terms of that historical model, the asset is essentially, one way or the other, the asset's still in government hands. But what we're suggesting here with the electric bus model is actually privatising assets as well.
No, we're not. No.
We're not?
No. So there is no change to the model. It is the government's intent to either own that asset in terms of paying for it, or if it's paid for by the operator up front and then funded over 15 years by government, the government would still have full control over that asset. And, should there be a change of operator, the government has a right to require the incumbent operator to transfer that asset to a successor operator.
Did you want to ask something? No. And the charging infrastructure?
And we understand the charging infrastructure would be the same. So if it's funded by government, that government would also have rights to that and would then be able to have that transferred to a different operator. This sort of, I guess, highlights one of the issues we raised in our submission around depot ownership. And I guess that's still playing out in terms of this current tendering, where there will need to be some discussions between Transport for New South Wales and the successful proponents around, the infrastructure requirements moving forward.
So in your submission, you say that the government retains ownership of the assets and decisions over service and therefore exercise control over the provision of service. That's Transport for New South Wales. Yep. What is the process then in terms of when there's a cut to services or bus stops? What's the sort of interplay of decision making then when that occurs? So
you mean between Transport for New South Wales
and
planning
the private operator
and the private operator?
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, it's the decision of Transport for New South Wales. Operators can put forward suggestions, and there is a process which is referred to as the bus service alteration request process. And I'll get John to come in here shortly, given his experience as an operator. But ultimately, it's the decision of Transport for New South Wales as to approval of any changes to the services in regard to routes, timetables, or changes to bus stops.
So just picking up on that, and thanks, Matt. As an operator and a contract owner, that we are constantly reviewing our networks to satisfy the community obligation under the contracts. So if we find a network that isn't actually delivering a service that the community ultimately want, but we've got some overloads in other areas, then we will then go and plan that. We will then put that up through to government, to Transport for New South Wales, under what we call the bazaar process, and that's accepted or rejected by Transport after some working through the incidents of giving evidence of what we can do is what will give the best result, value for money, transparency and community obligation.
Can I ask you, Mr. King, or Mr. Threlkeld? Yep. Sorry, did I pronounce that right?
Oh, close.
How is it?
Threlkeld.
Threlkeld.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Can you just take us through what is the standard, or if there is a standard, remuneration structure for an operator in a franchised arrangement as you've described? How are you paid?
So it's basically a cost-plus model. So you actually work out your bus hours, your kilometres, your overhead costs, your fleet requirements, and then you'll put that into a bucket as such, we'll call it. And then we then negotiate that with benchmarking and or conversation, and that comes up at $1. And that's what you would then agree to if you are the successful person to move that particular contract into your environment.
And so I suppose it's cost plus on an hourly basis. You're working at the hourly cost of running the services, and then
so it all comes back to an hourly and kilometre base environment. Okay, right. Yeah.
And then
sorry, can I just add to that? So that's how the operator or the proponent would calculate, I guess, a lump sum. So if we're talking about the Sydney Metropolitan contracts and the tendering environment, then the operator puts in a price to run the services as they stand at that time. So obviously, as John's saying, you look at the kilometres, hours, etc., and then, based on your own unit costs as an operator, determine what the total amount is, and you put that forward. If there's a change to services during the contract, there are service variation rates within the contract. So if the government requires changes that add service levels and therefore kilometres and hours, then there would be an adjustment of the payment to the operator. And likewise, if there's a reduction in services, then there would also be an adjustment to the total payment.
Okay, thank you. And in addition to the cost plus, you're entitled to incentive payments, are you not?
Yes.
Depends on which contract you're talking about, and unfortunately at the moment, because of the timing of the tenders, we're going from some older contracts to some newer contracts, and then also we have the contracts applicable to the State Transit Authority regions as well. So it's sort of difficult to give you a straight answer depending on
There's 15 regions, are there not, or 16 regions?
There's now 14 regions. Yep.
But in the clear majority of them, you're entitled to some form of remuneration, incentive-based remuneration in addition to the cost plus, correct?
It depends on the type of contract. So under the old contract, there was some incentive payments on patronage growth in the sense of the numbers of passengers carried. And under the new type of contract, that you've got a different variation to incentive on on-time running and tracking of vehicles and other parts of that contract that will drive a higher revenue if you can meet the targets.
Thank you. Can I on notice invite you to provide any further detail you can about what are the nature of the incentive payments you are offered?
Yep.
And then equally, that's assessed on a quarterly basis, monthly, on a yearly basis. How is that? What's the assessment cycle on them?
The reporting is generally monthly in terms of a whole range of key performance indicators. So, if we're talking about what may have been referred to as a bounty payment under the old contracts, then my understanding is that would be monthly, but happy to sort of take that on notice.
You provide the information to
details.
Transport monthly, and then they assess it and then provide you with that payment for that month if you meet the targets. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And who makes that assessment in Transport for New South Wales? Their bus division or whoever manages the contract?
Your data, it's a formula, so your data actually drives it for you.
Okay.
So
and
the data we feed back.
They refuse to provide you a payment. How does it work then if you think you are entitled to one? Is there an appellate process or is there...
Well, there's a dispute process in any type of contract. However, the formulas are set from when you sign your contract.
Okay. Can we just return to the cost part of your cost plus model?
Yep.
So each operator has different unit costs, that's correct?
Yep.
And that reflects a variety of different arrangements that will apply to them depending on how they run their business. That's a fair summary?
Correct.
But it's pretty standard, is it not, that labour is a serious component of your cost structure?
Oh,
Yes.
correct.
Yep.
Yeah, and the award that the base award that applies is which one again?
The Passenger Vehicle Transportation Award.
Yeah, and that was previously a state award that's transitioned into the national system, is that correct?
Yes. I mean, it's in New South Wales, yes, the old New South Wales motor bus driver and conductor state award transitioned into the federal system, as did all of the other state awards.
Meant to happen, right? There's nothing sinister about that. But can I ask, in respect to the non-STA previously provided services, so I'm not talking about the regions that were previously or have now been shifted in the recent times. I'm talking about the ones that prevailed.
The other 10.
It was the case then that the basic structure then was enterprise agreements. Most operators had enterprise agreements in place for their workforce, did they not?
They were essentially, I guess, forced with the commencement of the Fair Work system to move from the old state award to enterprise agreements. Yep.
So in a company like Busways, for example, there's an enterprise agreement that applies, does it not?
Yes, correct.
And as there is in transit systems?
Yep.
And to the extent to which drivers obtain additional remuneration through enterprise bargaining under those agreements, do you pass that cost on or does the operators internalise them?
So, sorry, can you just
So
repeat that?
in a hypothetical scenario, after, say, for example, Busways reaches an agreement with its workforce that results in an increase in wage rates,
Yes.
do you pass those costs on? Or do you have a mechanism to pass those costs on under the cost plus model, or do you internalise them?
No, so there is indexation within the contract, which is based on the wage price index. However, what the operator negotiates in terms of an enterprise agreement, ultimately they have to then absorb that within their payment. So
Can't cost recover. If an operator cannot cost recover,
Yep.
then it's fair to say that they're in a position where their ability to provide additional remuneration to their workforce is limited.
So, yeah, essentially anything that's negotiated above the wage price index would have to come out of the operator's margin.
And operators can't do that because the margins are pretty low in your industry, are they not?
I think that's probably a fair assessment.
And so operators cannot do that, pass it on, unless you've got the ability to talk to Transport for New South Wales, because there's only one buyer of bus services, public bus services, is there not, in this state? No one else is buying services to run public transport on public transport routes other than Transport for New South Wales. That's fair?
That's fair to say, yeah.
They basically hire, 95% of your services provided by your industry, is that fair?
In terms of regular passenger services and school services, I think, that's right.
So they're what we call, economists call a monopoly. They're a monopoly of buyers. There's only one person you get to negotiate with, correct?
Yep.
So to the extent to which right now there is industrial action in the bus industry and the private bus industry that is focused on the ability to keep up with the cost of living in the bus industry, the truth is that your industry cannot resolve those claims without the participation of Transport for New South Wales. That's true?
That is correct. The only thing I would probably add is that being in a tendering environment, and obviously this is dependent on the timing and consideration of the fact that the contract tenure is normally sort of 5 plus 3 years. So
8 year cycle.
Talking about 8 years. So
federal governments.
Pardon?
It's 3 federal governments we're talking about.
Potentially, yes. So
6 according to the current rate that we're going through them, but yes.
Yeah, so I think, the only opportunity the operator has, I guess, is where they may factor in some increases at the time of tendering. However, we need to weigh that up against the fact that they're trying to win the tender.
Yeah.
And in some cases, like some of our members in the Sydney metropolitan area, where they've held a particular contract for several decades, that obviously they're keen to continue to operate those services. So it's quite a difficult balancing act.
You're being diplomatic. You don't have leverage with Transport for New South Wales, do you? Because they buy 95 to 97% of services, and there are the power imbalance between the people who supply bus services and the people who buy them is heavily stacked in favour of Transport for New South Wales. Fundamentally, they set your market conditions, do they not?
Well, they set a condition. However, it's up to the Labor side of the organisations to be able to manage that condition.
Sure.
So it's like anything else. So if I go to market for something, I put a price in for it, and then it's up to me to manage that price.
But fair enough. In private transport or in truck transport, for example, I mean, a lot of the contract cycles are 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. You're on an 8 year cycle.
Sure.
Contract negotiation.
So when you go into that market process, you've got a mechanism in that. So you will negotiate your starting point. From that point on, as Matt said, you've got a WPI rise in that contract, so that we would run that through. Now, if that particular WPI gets out of control to a point, well then, if it rises above inflation, then that mechanism gets put back into the contract. So you can actually control that. If you want to then, at the end of the day, go above that as a percentage, then you have to be a fairly good planner in the sense of your rostering and everything else that goes with it.
And look, like every employer and every worker, you have to make sure the enterprise is sustainable. I accept your point.
Correct.
I want to pass the questioning back on, but I just have just 2 more questions or themes to ask, I guess. Are there drivers right now in depots that are performing the identical work in the identical depot on the identical routes who are being paid different rates?
Look, we are aware of the circumstance in Region 6.
Yep.
Transit Systems is not a member of Bus New South Wales, so I'm not sure that I can sort of provide any particular details around this issue, but we are aware of a two-tiered system.
Transit Systems is not a member of Bus New South Wales, that's fair?
Correct.
And Transit New South Wales recently came to attention for not passing on a pay rise that they were meant to. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of what's in the public domain.
And you're aware that Transit Systems was called out as engaging in a deliberate act of effectively wage theft because they knew that they were meant to pass on the cost, the increase, and they didn't. They pocketed it. Are you aware of that? That was the description that was applied to them by their internal CFO, actually, I think.
In fairness, we read the same article you probably did.
But you're right to say that they're not following your standards. That's not common behaviour, is it?
Once again, they're not members of our association, so we can't really comment on that.
Your members aren't doing that. Your members pass it on because they are scrutinised.
Correct.
And they've brought the industry into disrepute, have they not?
No, I wouldn't say they would have brought it into disrepute at all.
You don't think
we're talking about an individual company that actually is doing what they're doing?
To let the witness answer the question. He's asked quite a
Mr. Fagan, to be fair, you're notorious now for interrupting people too, but I take your point. You are correct.
I've been
Okay,
silently
order.
observing and listening to your rapid fire questioning, and I think Mr. King was attempting to provide a response. You might term it as diplomatic. I would term it as
statesmanlike as well. I was about to describe it as.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
and
I
so
think
I'd
the
ask-
reminder has been well made. If we
Thank
could
you.
continue, please.
The question, can you explain to me, Mr. King, how knowingly not passing on a pay increase that you're meant to, that's been described as wage theft, does not bring the industry into disrepute?
Well, it doesn't bring the industry in disrepute. It brings the individual company into disrepute, and that's what I think.
That's fair.
That's a fair comment. So, as an industry, we stand very firm on what our members are instructed to do, and we've not got anybody in that position.
Could I just ask, just in response to one of Mr. Mookie's questions, there was a discussion around the incentive payments under these contracts and the reporting against KPIs. In a kind of standard contract, what would be the consequence for breaching, for not meeting KPIs? Is there some sort of financial penalty?
Yep.
Is it discretionary, or does it automatically apply?
Automatically.
Yep.
So automatically applies. Okay, so it doesn't need to go through Transport for New South Wales, or it's just it's a sort of an automatic. We haven't met these KPIs, so is it like a sliding scale of, if you say the performance running time is below a certain percentage.
Yep.
Does it ratchet down?
There are explicit targets, within the contract KPI schedule, and obviously there's data that's used to determine whether an operator has met that target or not for that month. So where an operator doesn't meet that target, depending on the class of KPI, then an abatement may apply, and my understanding is that it's based on a percentage of the operator's revenue. So the actual abatement could be quite substantial, in some cases tens of thousands of dollars. Mm-hmm. So yes, they are quite significant. And where an operator fails to meet KPIs on multiple occasions, it can also lead to the termination of the contract based on the key performance indicator schedule.
Thank you. Mr. Mallard, I'll just check in with you to see if you've got any questions.
That's very generous of you, Madam Chair. I'll try not to upset the Labor Party members this time. You
rarely do.
Thanks for your submission, and thank you for... I can't quite hear that.
Hey, we're fans of yours, Mr. Mallard. You rarely upset us.
Speaking for himself.
Thank you for your submission, and thank you for the bit of historical context. I note that you observed that reforms, contemporary reforms to the bus system was done in 2004 under the Unsworth report, and the Labor Party government started doing those reforms. Would you like to maybe just fill us in on some of the history of those reforms to where we are today, and emphasise that evidence, please?
I'll, as best I can, if we go back to prior to 2005, we had a situation in Sydney where there were 87 small bus contract regions. So at the time, there was an intent to try to reform that system, and we saw those 87 regions consolidated into 15 regions at the time. So that was obviously quite significant, and in some cases it meant that operators who were within a region had to get together and form a management company to be able to hold that contract for that region jointly. And at that time, we went from the old system, and I think this is quite important, whereby operators were paid based on their farebox revenue and also a payment for SSTS, which is under the School Student Transport Scheme. But at that time, the operator had full responsibility for their services, so the actual planning of the services and consultation with the community, whereby the operator was intending to make a change to those services. So following those reforms, we saw the change there, which was quite fundamental, I guess, where we moved to a gross cost contract, where the operator, was paid to provide the services, and ultimately the government keeps the fare box. However, at that time, the government also took control of the service planning. So I guess that was, quite a significant change in the industry. And also at the time, there were some changes to legislation that meant that the incumbent operator was not able to have a guarantee in terms of the renewal of their contract. So ultimately, a system was set up that would allow for competitive tendering in the future.
That system continues through to today, right? The government has control of the service operations, the routes and bus stops and so forth, and pricing independent, and no guarantee of winning the tender renewal. Is that carries through to current time?
That's right? Correct. Yep.
From that period. Then, to be frank, I sort of read between the lines. And I think it'd be obvious to say it, but you can clarify for me that the bus operators would much prefer to have control over the service operators, so the routes and the bus stops, and not have to go through the department to do any changes. Is that right? I mean, you have more flexibility to provide.
Yes.
One side they are going to be services, the other side will be more profitable services.
Yeah, look, I mean, certainly the operators would prefer to have a bigger influence in terms of the planning of the services. However, I think that, that's got to be balanced up with the system. And, one of the reasons, I guess, why this actual reform took place back in 2004-05 was the fact that in some regions within Sydney, the fare box collected by the operator and the government's payments to the operator under the School Student Transport Scheme was not enough to cover the cost of providing the services. So ultimately there needed to be a change, and that's where the government at the time moved into a gross cost type arrangement. So it's probably a long way of answering the question, but I think, yes, we would prefer to have more influence, but I think in some cases the gross cost model has been a need, rather than a want.
So that model, as I said before, in the past, I went particularly for Western Sydney. I grew up in Penrith, never had government buses at all in those parts of Western Sydney. Always had Hector. That model, that reform model, we went from, 87 to 15 regions and so forth. That applied equally to across the whole metropolitan area of Sydney, right? So Western Sydney had to go that reform as well.
Yeah, that's correct. So essentially,
I do recall.
yeah, that's right. So southwest Sydney, western Sydney, and also northwest. So if you take out the 4 state transit regions in the Sydney metropolitan area, then yeah, you know, essentially the other, at the time, 11 regions were operated by private operators. So, you know, going from 87 down to, you know, what was 11, you know, private regions at the time was quite significant. And at that time, there was also, you know, some major changes to bus networks. So, you know, it's probably quite topical in terms of this, you know, particular inquiry. But I do recall that at the time, there were some quite, you know, major changes to routes and to timetables. And there was some quite significant consultation that went along with that. And, you know, that was obviously supported by the new model, but it did mean that there were some winners and losers in terms of the community as a result of those changes to services.
I particularly recall the big protest rallies in Eastern, like at Rose Bay, big rallies there, Club and all speaking at them, I went to them, against reduction of bus routes, amalgamation of bus stops, all the way from the CBD through the Bay, Surrey Hills, all the way up to Bondi and Coogee. Do you recall? Is that part of that 2004-5 reform, was it?
I don't think that was part of the reform because they were services that, you know, were operated by State Transit Authority. Yeah, the changes to services I was referring to were in the 11 private operator regions that were formed around 2005.
My last question is, it's a left field question, you want to know. I mean, as I said, growing up in Penrith, it's always been private bus services, always been very good bus services, recognise that they're, you know, controlled by government, overarching. But the Blue Mountains has got government buses. Do you know why that is? Is that because there was no private operator to provide the service up there, or?
I'm not aware of the Blue Mountains having government buses. That contract was formerly Pierce Transport, which was a family-operated business who have subsequently sold out to Comfort Delgro, who now operate the services.
Well, there might just be some old government. I'll leave that.
I think so. That more than likely. Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
That's enough from me. Yeah.
I might just, it's interesting sort of evidence you've been giving here this morning. So your members feel like, and by and large we've heard that they're trying to do the right thing aside from the transit mob who are not your members, but your members feel like they're essentially being used by the government here in this model? Because it sounds to me like what they've done is stitched you up on such a tight contractual term that you're in a no-win situation in the sense that you've got to make ends meet in terms of paying your employees the proper wage to account for cost of living and all the rest of it, and then still provide the service and try and recover cost. And yet the accountability piece is perhaps pushed onto your members in terms of cuts to bus routes and stops, and yet you get these, and then you get these outliers like State Transit who are trying to subvert that model to turn a profit. Is it sort of how your members feel the model's been set up here? And then you've got the Transport for New South Wales spruiking in their submission that they're saving hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, I think we can see where that's coming from. So, in a sense, what this model's resulted in is an outsourcing of responsibility from the department onto private operators who are in a no-win situation to try and provide the same service which existed before. Is that a fair summary?
Question.
My question is that a fair summary?
Do you agree?
Can I answer that? I don't think so at all. If we're going into a business model and we're doing a joint venture with a government department, typically, and I have these contracts, that we go in with an open book to actually come up with creating government policy to the communities and their obligation, and then it's up to us to manage those community obligations, and we do that. In the sense of the actual reimbursing of those structures, to start with, as I said earlier, we get a contract, we bid on it, we actually win it, and we go and then manage within that framework. And that's how I see operating our networks. Coming back to the common point in relation to network management, though, and this is where you've got to sort of manage that process, we have 25-year cycles in our industries. So new estates go in, they get a whole heap of kids and a whole heap of people moving, can't afford the cars, so they catch public transport. Then the kids move out. Big houses, we've still got the two parents still living in the house who don't use public transport anymore. So that's where network planning comes in. So you might take a bit out of that estate and put them into another growth estate. And that's how you actually manage it. So in the sense of what you're trying to imply in relation to contracting, I think the contracting level network and mechanisms are right. It's up to us to joint venture with government to deliver those services.
And can I ask you, that BSARP process you outlined before, whereby you've got to complete a whole series of questions, presumably answers, and that goes back to transport in terms of change to routes and proposed cuts to bus stops or whatever the proposal is, how many of those propositions, ballpark, have been rejected by Transport for New South Wales? Do they normally get approved?
Depending on the severity of them. I mean, if you're looking at a brand new network that might have to put $1 million in the bottom line of a contract, then obviously there's going to be a more vigorous conversation to whether we put one in that it's a nil bazaar, as we call it, that's just going to change a better system that at no cost to government. So we have to take that on notice, but I'm not sure we would ever get that information.
No, I think that's a question for Transport for New South Wales, given they've got that data in terms of
your members would be able to tell you whether they're getting knocked back or not.
Oh, they could if we asked them, but
Right.
in some cases, I think they'd probably consider it to be, commercial in confidence information. But yeah, I mean, there's been some anecdotal, I guess, evidence that it can be quite difficult to have a BSAR approved at times, but in terms of the exact numbers, it's really a question for Transport for New South Wales.
Unfortunately, that is all we have time for. Thank you both so much for your submission and for making yourselves available for our questions today. To the extent you took questions on notice, the committee secretariat will be in touch, but there will be a 21-day turnaround on those. So that concludes for now. We're going to take a 14-minute break and return at 11:30. Thank you.
Yes, I'm running. Don't be late.
Thank you. Welcome back. We are now welcoming our next set of witnesses. What I'm going to do, starting with you, Mr. Dennis, is to ask you to tell us your name and position title, and then to swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Okay, my name is Mario Dennis. I'm a bus driver who works for a transit system, and I'm based at the Kingsgrove Depot. And I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare that and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Babineau.
David Babineau. I am Divisional Secretary of the New South Wales Tram and Bus Division of the Rail Tram and Bus Union. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Costa.
Thomas Costa here for Unions New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Excellent. Thank you. Ms. Nasser.
Sophia Nasser, Legal and Industrial Officer at Unions New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Olsen.
Richard Olsen, State Secretary for the Transport Workers Union. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. If I could just get you to turn your... Thank you. That's very, very useful. Thank you. You're not on my list. Now, I'm not going to say this correctly. Pagalis. Mr. Pagalis.
Yeah, Bill Pagalis. I'm bus driver at Transit Systems Tempe, based out of Tempe. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I now about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. So again, I will start on my left if you'd like to make a short opening statement.
Oh, myself? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, basically, the reason I'm here is just to explain my situation in transit system. At the moment, I'm displaced from a normal roster, and it looks like there's no chance for me to get back at it. Now, the repercussions of being displaced is that my starting times vary within 2 hours. So I could start 5:30 in the morning. The following day it starts 7:30 in the morning. So, and obviously finish later. Now that affects my life. It's like being in a continued roster. I don't know when I'm going to start, right? When I get home, obviously I'm unable to have dinner with my wife because it's too late and it's at different times. That didn't happen when we were under the STA. There was an order, and eventually you ended up on the roster, which I was. Then I was dropped off, and my rosters were given to the new guys because they're cheaper to run. Basically, that's what it is.
Thank you. Mr. Babineau.
Thank you. I guess this is long overdue as a process, and it's nice that it's finally happened, albeit after the fact. But hopefully before the government takes this franchising approach, which is a form of privatisation, regardless of how it's characterised, across other industries, we can learn a little bit on how it's impacted, because at every turn the government has maintained that it will be beneficial for workers, or at the least workers will not be worse off. That is not the case. It's not eventuated in any of the areas that have been privatised. Going back to Newcastle, it hasn't benefited the community, which is ostensibly the reason you run a public service to begin with. The only people that it's benefited so far have been the companies who are now carving a profit out of what was money returned back into the system, which could then be utilised for other purposes. There is, as yet, no justification for this process whatsoever. Transport, through their submissions, have effectively shot an arrow into a wall and then painted a bullseye around it. Vast tracks of their submission have nothing to do with privatisation. It has nothing to do with how we got there. It has nothing to do with the current effects on people. It really is curious as to why their submission is so long, given that fact. The only thing they point to are unsubstantiated financial claims of success, which you can't quantify at this point in time, given the contracts have started and are mid-term in some cases. And the bottom line is that this should never have happened. It doesn't benefit any of the parties that are involved except private entities, which I would assume as private entities have a reasonable opportunity to go and carve out a profit elsewhere where it's not going to negatively impact taxpayers as well as the people that use the service. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Costa?
Thank you, Chair, and I appear on behalf of Unions New South Wales, and I thank the committee for the opportunity to participate in the inquiry into privatisation of bus services. Unions New South Wales is the peak body for unions and union members in New South Wales and has over 48 affiliated trade unions and industry unions and trades and labour councils in New South Wales, which represent over 600,000 members. Unions New South Wales has a long history of opposing the privatisation of public assets and services and believes public assets and services should continue to be owned, operated and managed by the New South Wales government. However, in circumstances where privatisation does occur, Unions New South Wales believes the government must ensure that workers and the public are not worse off by the privatisation. To do this, government must provide the following undertakings: transfer payments for all affected employees, maintenance of terms and conditions of employment equal to or better than the existing entitlements in the public system, and the introduction of a one industry-wide industrial instrument to provide for the consistent application of employment conditions to those former public sector workers, but also to those workers in the private sector who are now in competition with those workers, so to create a level playing field. These principles must apply in respect of every single instance of privatisation and employee transfer to private operators, no matter the industry. The government must also develop and implement a formula to ensure the current level of service provision is set as a community service standard for the successful tenderer, and to ensure there are no changes to bus routes, removal of stops or service reductions without the provision of a rigorous business case underpinned by a transparent consultation process with the local communities affected. These minimum undertakings must be instituted to prevent a race to the bottom of workers' pay and conditions and the quality of services offered to the people of New South Wales.
Thank you. Ms. Nasser, did you have anything to add to that?
Nothing further, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Olsen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Transport Workers Union New South Wales welcomes the opportunity to provide evidence to today's hearing. From 2012, the provisions of public service in Greater Sydney has been subject to a competitive tendering which was introduced under the Transport Minister Gladys Berejiklian. In announcing competitive tendering for bus contracts, the then Minister Berejiklian said that introducing competitive tendering generates not only improvements in service for customers, but also for taxpayers. Given that the single biggest cost component in bus contracts is labour cost, it is clear from the outset that the object of the coalition government decision to introduce competitive tendering was to put downward pressure on pay and conditions for bus drivers. It is therefore unsurprising to the TWU that the plight of bus drivers throughout New South Wales has only worsened since 2012. In 2019, the TWU commissioned a survey into industry-wide issues and pressures experienced by bus drivers operating for private operators. Of these respondents, 46% had worked as bus driver for over 10 years, 19% had worked in the industry between 5 to 10 years, 21% had worked in the industry between 1 and 5 years, and 14% had worked for less than 1 year. With regard to the road safety, the report found that 60% believe that the unachievable timetables and inadequate resourcing routes are putting pressures on drivers to drive unsafely. 47% of drivers believe that the lack of buses or drivers servicing routes place pressure on drivers to drive unsafely. The drivers reported to feel pressure from company management to take various actions to meet unrealistic timetable and servicing requirements, including but not limited to 39% felt pressure to skip breaks, 26% felt pressure to omit the pre-inspection of vehicles, 25% felt pressure to drive quickly to make up time, and 19% felt pressure to break the law. Drivers also attributed a litany of health issues to inadequate brakes, including but not limited to 30% of respondents experiencing back, neck and muscle pain, 26% experiencing bladder, prostate and bowel issues, 15% experiencing fatigue, tiredness and feeling run down, 11% reported kidney or urinary infections, 10% experienced headaches, dizziness and blurred vision, 6% experienced cramps, 5% experienced depression, emotional issues and stress, 11% experienced other physical issues. Respondents also advised that they face verbal abuse very often, with near 70% of respondents having felt physical threatened in the past year. 88% of respondents reported that they believe that the pressure they face was a result of the New South Wales Coalition Government pressuring bus companies, which flowed down to individual drivers. 74% of respondents believe that the New South Wales Coalition Government tendering has left the bus industry in a worse state, and 73% believe that competitive tendering by the New South Wales Coalition Government compromises passenger safety. The finding and experiences purported by bus drivers around New South Wales is evidence that the New South Wales Coalition Government turned its back on hard-working bus drivers by privatising the bus industry and generating downward pressure on workers who experience wage cuts and are pressured to take risks to meet unrealistic deadlines and have their health and safety in the workplace disregarded. At present, the TWU is involved in bargaining, representative negotiating enterprise agreement with members at Busways, Interline, Transit, New South Wales Services and Transit System West Services, Comfort Delegro Cab Charge and Transdev. Of the companies that the TWU is currently enterprise bargaining with, none illustrate the advantage of privatisation more than Transit System, a company which services both Region 3 and Region 6. Transit System achieved a two-tiered workforce by tendering and being awarded contracts for Region 6 under one corporate entity and using two different corporate entities to engage employees in Region 6. This corporate structure allowed Transit System to operate a two-tier workforce where bus drivers who perform the exact same work, operate from the same yard and are engaged in the same government contract, but are paid in two different rates of pay, allowances, and operate two separate rosters and have different employment conditions and entitlements. Whilst the TWU remains committed to ensuring that one set of employment conditions applies in Region 6, it is unacceptable that the New South Wales Coalition Government allowed these practices to flourish under their watch. The New South Wales Government has facilitated a pressure cooker situation where there is so much building downward pressure that it's merely a moment of time before tragedy occurs or the entire industry is disintegrated. Whilst the TWU remains committed to continue with our advocacy to ensure the conditions bus drivers around New South Wales are improved and protected, we seek that the voices, stories and experiences of bus drivers that are present here today will be listened to and acted upon. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. McGarlis.
Okay, yeah, I'm just here on behalf of all the new bus drivers. I'm actually a new bus driver myself. When talking about our pay, the fact that we're getting paid nearly $3, well, close to $2.90 per hour less. And I get affected by that. Like, I didn't know that before I came into the industry. Once I found out, obviously it's annoying that we're doing the same job, not getting the same pay. And some of the way our rosters are set out, I'm sometimes starting at 1 o'clock, finishing at 7 o'clock on the road, and not having a place to eat properly. Like, I'm out on a bus stop, there's no facilities for me to use. Sorry, I'm a bit emotional about it, and a bit nervous altogether. Yeah, and it's hard. You know, I have to go to a shop, ask the shop owner for a toilet sometimes, or go into a Bunnings to use a toilet because there's nothing there for me to do. It's not fair on us bus drivers being 7 hours or 6.5 hours on the road without the right facilities, and also on top of that, not getting paid the same job as the STA, former STA drivers. And I'm from transit system, so, you know, so there's two of us there doing the same job, but we're not getting the same pay. It's just not right. And that's what I'm here for.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you for your submissions and for making yourselves available. Before I pass the opposition, I just wanted to ask one question. We often hear from the government that, you know, this isn't privatisation. They talk about the fact that under these contracts, they hold, you know, in their view, they're holding on to the assets. So they're holding on to the buses, that they're directing the timetable, that they are, that wages will go up based on the WPI, that the fares are coming straight into the government, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, this, in their view, this really isn't a privatisation. It's still something that's being owned and operated by the government. But yet we hear across the board about the terrible impact that this, whatever you want to call it, franchising or privatisation, has had on workers. So I guess my question to all of you is, why do you think that is? Is it purely the terms of the contracts between the government and these bus operators, or is it also the sort of putting in of an intermediary between workers and the government? Has that reduced bargaining power, etc.? If you could talk to that, that would be great. I might start with you, Mr. Babineau.
Yeah, thank you. It's a form of privatisation, franchising, outsourcing, public-private partnerships, full privatisation. These are all, you know, full sell-off. These are all forms of privatisation. What's happened here is effectively the outsourcing of the operation. Call it franchising, but that's what's happened. I think the point is well made about another layer. That is, this has always been a politically driven process. You know, as evidenced by the lack of supporting evidence for it. And really what's happened now is that you've got, instead of public servants who are dedicated to what they do, and you know, as we heard, you know, and forgive me, I was, up until before doing this job in 2018, I was a bus driver. So, you know, you absolutely come into the job pressured to do things. You absolutely come in looking at where can I go to the toilet, and you have to try and plan it. Can I afford to at this time? That's only gotten worse, because now instead of the imperative of providing a public service to people, you have a commercial imperative driving that behind you. And it's the difference between being a public servant and an employee. It's the difference between passengers and customers. It's a subtle thing, but it informs how everyone who participates at the front and back end of public transport is treated. And it's a fundamental difference. And what we see here is expression of that, and transit systems is a fantastic example of that, where the business plan was to simply treat employees as overheads and completely remove any idea of human cost to their operation and respect. You know, I mean, you don't plan to operate a business treating one group of people less than the other unless you're being fairly mercenary about it. And I think that's simply a flow on. I think it's inevitable. You will have it more or less depending on how cutthroat the company itself is. Our union has been able to work with a couple of the new operators to mitigate. There's certainly been a hit, but to mitigate the impacts. But again, that's Transport's job. We've had to step in and do that. So no, I think that's exactly right to characterise it in that way. The extra layer is for political convenience. It benefits absolutely no one, and it absolutely encourages workers being treated more poorly across the board.
Thank you. Mr. Costa, did you want to speak on that?
Only briefly, because I'll leave my colleagues to talk about the specifics in terms of the transport industry and the bus industry. But in relation to your comments about privatisation, most definitely this is a form of privatisation. There is a private operator that is responsible for these operations, who is not beholden to the policies and practices of government like we see with other operations of public services. And that is something that cannot be described in any other way. You can use words like franchising and other things, but that is, in essence, the privatisation of a public service. And we, as I've said earlier, in principle have an objection to the privatisation of public services, but in the circumstances where that does happen, certain principles should be adhered to, and that is to ensure that, unlike what has happened here, workers are not pitted in a competition against each other in a race to the bottom. It should be the raising of a standard to the highest standard for all workers, because despite the fact that a private operator is involved, at the core, this is a public service, whether you do it under the hat of transit systems or under the hat of STA, and the government ultimately has a responsibility to that workforce, and it should maintain that the conditions and pay of that workforce is to the highest standard for all workers, so they're on a level playing field. That is something the government can do, should do, and is something that we insist must be done if we are going to be treating these workers fairly. The second point I make is about the community. Where we are outsourcing, franchising or privatising public services, we also have to make sure that those services are not diminished. And we should not do that in consultation just with business, but actually with the community that is affected. There's no evidence here that the reduction in services has been done in consultation with the community, and we have great concerns about that here, but with any type of privatisation that may be used as a cloak to hide the fact that there is a reduction in public services at no benefit to the public, and that is something, again, that we oppose and should not be done.
Thank you. Mr. Olsen?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd certainly support both comments already been made by Mr. Costa and Mr. Babineau. And to highlight some of that point would be that the legacy drivers in Region 6 who had been there for a number of years and decades through the STA and the state government employees, they've seen a huge shift of their work being moved from their division, which is the legacy drivers, over to new employees, because the employer within Region 6 were able to move that work and their line of work over to employees who are earning less entitlements, hourly rates and terms and conditions than what the legacy drivers. Now that is hugely unfair and a wrong principle in which should be used for privatisation, franchising or any other term in which we wish to use. So we think that on that score, it was certainly lost. The lack of consultation with both union and the community is also a failure within this privatisation as well. The safety and health of drivers, which are the main thrust of privatisation here, has been totally overlooked. There's been no increases in their welfare in as far as, and as we have already heard here today, of toilet facilities, lunch break facilities. People can drive 5-6 hours and wanting to stop to heat up a meal or go to a toilet, yet when they get to that place where they have been told to stop, there is nothing for them. And this is 2022, and we're leading now into further privatisation of this industry over the next 12 months or more. Something needs to be done to ensure that people's welfare, that is the bus driver in this case, is also looked after. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I might just thank you all for coming for a start, and particularly to the bus drivers, because I think it's important we hear from the people who are actually suffering at the pointy end of this process. So I'll just so I've got it right. So, Mr. Dennis, you're a former STA driver, are you? You're what Richard referred to as a legacy driver, and notwithstanding the fact that if you read the government submission, it's all good because we've pretty much snap frozen wages and conditions and brought them across. It's all protected. But from your opening statement, you indicated that that's not the case. Did you want to elaborate on what the nuances are in terms of what's happened to your wages and conditions, even though you're a legacy driver?
Okay. What happened is basically I was in a roster, right? In my case, my roster implied that I was going to be starting, as an example, between, say, 7 o'clock in the morning and 7:30, maybe it's just over, right? So I could start 7 o'clock, the following day 7:10, and so forth, 7:20, which is fair, right, the way I see it. Suddenly, because I have been displaced, my starting time and finishing times have moved into a very ample window, right? So, for instance, today I might start at 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning, finish about 8:30, 9 o'clock in the afternoon. I go home, and the next day I'm called to start at 5:30 in the morning.
And when would you know about that? How?
It's planned on the roster. I know that in advance most of the time, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is this: every night I have to change the time I'm going to bed, and in the morning I have to change the time I have to get up. Most people, we tend to get up at roughly the same time.
Yeah.
Right? And you go to bed and you have your dinner more or less. In my case, that's impossible. I have to calculate and say, for instance, if the following morning I have to start at 5:30 in the morning, and it's 10:30, 11 o'clock, and I'm keyed up from work, I'm trying to unwind, I'm not ready to fall asleep. So the next morning when I go to work, I'm only slept 4 hours. I don't think the public would appreciate me driving for tired. The bus that's the main thing, and it arounds my whole family. If I arrive, say for instance, if under the normal roster I arrive home at 8 o'clock every night, my wife plans meals and whatever.
Yeah.
But if the following day I arrive later than that, right? And one of the things that it affects most of our bus drivers is that today most of the drivers will live far away from the depots. So most people have to travel over an hour or more. For instance, in Kingsgrove, we have drivers that they live in Campbelltown. Now, before the drivers, they used to have the pass with the train. At least they could sleep on the train. You sit on the train from Campbelltown, you get off. But now the pass has been taken away. So those drivers now, they have to drive from Campbelltown. They have to arrive at Kingsgrove now, because it's a job that you gotta be on the bus to service the public. You don't want to arrive 2 minutes before the starting time.
So that pass has been taken away, because in the Transport for New South Wales submission they say that all the passes have been migrated and there's no change there. Those passes, they've lost them.
We lost them.
Right.
We just lost them, what, three months ago, a month ago?
Yeah, about that. Yeah, you lost
about that. So we lost that, right? So now what happened is this driver have to go from Campbelltown. I'm not saying all of them, but it's a good majority. Most people live in the outskirts. They have to travel there. You know the freeway, we're driving through the M5. Now that's a hit and miss thing. So what you do is you tend to leave 40 minutes early or half an hour early to make sure that you arrive at Kingsgrove to be on the bus, ready to go out.
And tell me, this must be very difficult to deal with, because as you say, you've got different sleeping patterns you have to adjust to within the period of 24 hours. How does the company comply with its fatigue management policy?
Oh, it's very simple. They print a paper saying that they are following all the fatigue management procedures. And if we do have a problem, see one of the consultants, but...
Did they consult you on the fatigue management policy?
Not me. I mean, probably the unions are involved. I don't know. But and let me.
Mr. Babineau, the union wasn't involved in any consultation on fatigue management?
No, the standard across the industry is that it's up to the driver to manage their own fatigue, and there's no consideration for the impact of rosters or travel time and stuff like that at all.
So you have a situation where you've got individual discretion from drivers to manage fatigue. Is that correct?
It's to a degree, yeah.
The night shift do, but not the normal drivers during the day, peak hours.
If a driver is in a situation where they're going to cross the threshold in fatigue, the 5 hours 15, for example, in the private sector, and used to be 5 hours for the government sector when it existed, it would be up to the driver to turn around and note that, to call it in, to take steps to basically make sure that they were not carrying passengers at that time, and then to have a crib break as legally mandated. But there were numerous situations, which is why the STA had a 15-minute buffer where drivers, of various backgrounds, of various, financial situation, of various life experience, would either miss that and go over it, or would actually not care about it and go over it. So the buffer allowed you to not be contravening the law. Whereas now, if that happens, you're not just breaking a policy.
Mr. Dennis, how long were you working for State Transport? How long have you been working for State Transport for?
I worked as a bus driver for about 8.5 years, about 4 years, something like that, 4.5 for State Transit, and the remainder with since transit system took over.
And the term that has been used to describe you has been a legacy driver. How many legacy drivers or drivers who previously worked with State Transit are there?
Well, obviously 3.5 years ago, I think we were all legacy drivers.
Indeed.
Right?
Quite a legacy.
And the union can have...
How many people currently? Do you know how many people?
Not many.
It's rough. You've got rough parity across the workforce.
Was that in 50-50? So, no?
In some cases, it's more, but roughly across the workforce, it's parity. It depends on depot to depot.
Sure. So it varies depot to depot, but across, in terms of the services that are being provided by transit systems in Regions 3 and 6, it's roughly 50% were people who previously worked for State Transit directly, and 50% are people in the category of Mr. Pagalis. Is that right?
No, I can't give you exact figures, but
Region, So Region 3 is not. Region 6 is.
Sorry, Region 6.
Yeah. So if it's not parity, it'd be very, very close.
Sure. And Mr. Dennis, were you given a guarantee that your existing conditions would be preserved?
No. Basically, everything was going to be right. In a sense, in my particular case, my conditions, other than working less hours, which in my case it suits me, but not to everybody, right? The only thing that is affecting me is the roster system.
Sure.
Right?
But you're getting less hours now.
Well, we're getting less hours. We're getting basically the minimum because they're taking those hours, right, and they're giving it to the new guys, which are overworking them.
Yeah. And what's your hourly rate, Mr. Dennis? Your standard hourly rate?
About 32.
It's 31.61.
And Mr. Pagalis, what's yours?
28.71.
And that's the $3.40 variance.
I was through $2.90, isn't it?
$2.90, is it?
I was at $3.10.
So
$2.90, yeah.
$2.90. And how many, you work 7 hours a day, standard, Mr. Pagalis?
No. I do a 13-hour broken.
They work a lot.
Sorry, how much?
I do a 13-hour broken. I'm a 13-hour broken driver, so we do a broken shift, 13 hours.
Yep.
So 24 hours a day, take away 13. What's it leave you? With my maths. What's that? 12, 11.
And do you work 6 days a week, 5 days a week?
4 days a week, I do. But to make up extra money, you've got to do extra days.
Sure. And so...
I was going to go on the 13-hour part. Like, for me, I'm lucky. I live in Botany. I only work out of Tempe. Like he said, there's people who live out west. So it's an hour to get it work out, get it back. That's 15 hours.
So this is the situation where we've got this is the situation we've got the same route, same job.
Oh yeah, we do the same
but
job.
lower rates of pay. Now, what was the mechanism that the companies used to contract out of that arrangement? Was it because it was a new entity? They created a new entity. Is that it?
Do you mind if I just go to it, Mark?
Yeah, go for it.
I just wanted to finish with Mr. Pagalis.
Yeah.
So I just did the quick calculations. You're performing the same work as Mr. Dennis, are you not? And you're in a slightly different depot, Tempe's, but that's not too far from Kingsgrove. You guys are just down the road, are you not?
No, we sometimes share routes. Yeah.
And do you see each other? Or
I have not seen him.
No.
But you work out, having run the numbers that you just gave me, for doing the exact same work as Mr. Dennis, you're paid $10,000 less a year.
Sometimes even less, depending on the hours. If you do more hours, you get paid less.
And so to the extent to which, and that's the typical driver who's doing the exact same work as you.
Yeah.
And so to the extent to which there are cost savings, it's being achieved by paying you $10,000 less a year. Is that fair?
The one way they get around that is to try and even it up is by giving us more hours to try and give our weekly hours. So I'll do more hours, so our wages will be similar. And in their wage, their penalties are in their actual hourly rate. So we'll get like a shift allowance of $16 just to turn on our machines. And if we don't turn up to work, we're sick, or say COVID. Like COVID just came the other day. I've been put aside 3 times, either for close contact or once contracted it. I'm losing nearly $200 a week because I had to stay home.
But Mr. Pagalis, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But the base incentive here, just on the hourly rates, is that Transit Systems and the government saves $10,000 a year by giving you the hours and not Mr. Dennis. That's fair?
Correct.
And let's just explore how that came about. As Mr. Olsen said, there was a labour hiring company set up by Transit Systems. Is that fair, Mr. Olsen?
Yeah, they had two different companies owned by the same
So they
company.
created a shell corporation to employ new staff at Transit Systems. Is that correct?
Which was against the rules and legislation by the state government.
Yep.
And the state
It
government
breached.
allowed it to occur.
Yep, and the state government probably were aware of it because they would have had to be disclosed in a tender. Is that fair?
Yep.
And then that new company sets up its own enterprise agreement. Is that fair?
They were using and still use Region 3.
Yep. So they brought in an agreement from a wholly different region.
Yep.
And put it to an agreement into a company that at that point presumably had no employees. Fair?
Yes.
And so, for want of a better term, they were bargaining with themselves to come up with this enterprise agreement. Did they not?
To a degree, yes, because they utilised Region 3, which is out west, and just walked into Region 6 and said, that's the instrument in which we'll employ new people in.
And presumably there would have been other instruments that were available because there are lots of other enterprise agreements in the New South Wales bus industry, correct?
Yes.
They could have taken an agreement in which paid them close to parity or parity to Mr. Dennis, could they not?
Or they could have utilised that instrument.
And in fact, the people that they were bidding against, even if you accept the privatisation, but other operators were turning up with bidding on the basis of enterprise agreements that were much more similar to STA rates, were they not?
Yes.
And so effectively, Transit Systems decided to pay well below the market, not just against STA, but against all the other private bus operators to get the work. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And as you said, labour is a major input. So to the extent to which Transit Systems can win a bid on the basis of low cost, it's because they're depriving Mr. Pagalis of $10,000 per year. Fair?
Fair.
And they're undercutting all the other private bus operators as well, are they not?
Yes.
And this...
And the work.
Yeah. And so far from this being an accidental race to the bottom, this race to the bottom has been engineered by the government, has it not?
Totally.
And right now, you're currently trying to reverse this arrangement, your union.
Yep.
And you're working in partnership with Mr. Babinet's union, no, you're not. And then you're trying to restore the principle of same work, same pay.
Yes.
And that is a principle that prevailed prior to competitive tendering, did it not?
Yes.
And so I think Mr. Mallard earlier was asking about the rationalisation that took place in 2004 when we went from 87 regions to 14 or 15 at the time. And that process had a pathway towards same work, same pay for everybody who worked in the bus industry, did it not? That over time?
Yes, absolutely.
And in 2012, that process stopped, did it not?
It did.
And instead of the government using its power to standardise conditions, so it doesn't matter whether or not you were working in Mr. Dennis's search for extension or Mr. Pagalis, if you were performing the same work, you would get the same pay. That's correct?
Yes.
And to the extent to which private operators had to compete, they had to compete on the quality of their service, not just their ability to exploit labour. Is that fair?
It is true.
And now, since competitive tendering, those principles are no longer in those contracts, correct?
Not required.
And instead, we have governments pitting private operators against each other to cut Mr. Dennis and Mr. Pagalis' pay. Fair?
Yes.
So how should we fix this problem? Mr. Olsen or Mr. Babineau?
Well, we've got to work towards, as what's already been put here this morning, is there's one instrument that applies both to one region and it should apply to all regions. Region 6, where there is the legacy drivers who have had an award in place under the state jurisdiction for a number of decades, should prevail and has prevailed to this stage for the legacy drivers, but it should have been prevailing over new employees. The employees should have been engaged through that mechanism, be it the state award, be it an enterprise agreement. At the end of the day, the terms and conditions should have been the same, and they shouldn't have been allowed, the employer and the state government shouldn't have been allowed to engineer a situation where they can contract out of that industrial instrument, invoke a new instrument which carries lesser terms and conditions.
Mr. Olsen, you and Mr. Babineau, you recently had industrial action in support of your campaign, did you not?
We did.
That was, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
And in response to that, the Transport Minister's denied having any responsibility for the conditions that are set in the industry. In fact, were you aware of that?
Yes, yeah.
And I think he laughed at you. I had a press conference and she laughed at you. And he said it was ridiculous that the idea that he would be getting himself involved. How did it feel for the Transport Minister to be laughing at you in that respect?
Can I just make a point? This process, and this is where you talk about the distance, the political distance that's been driving the entire process. You cannot sit there seriously and claim that everything's okay because, you know, as the government, we continue to set fares and we own the infrastructure and we set the timetables, and yet not have the concurrent responsibility for providing things that overarch all the regions. It is not up to the individual employers to make sure that there's a public toilet here available. It's not. It's up to the overarching economic employer, which is transport. If they control the network, then they control the facilities being utilised by the employees, regardless of who employs them.
Mr. Pagalis, were you a part of that industrial action?
Yes.
And Mr. Dennis, were you?
Yep.
And part of that industrial action, whether or not Mr. Pagalis, was to get some toilets?
Be heard. We want to be heard. We were sick of it.
Yeah, sure.
You know?
But part of it was to be heard so you can talk about the fact that you can't access toilets?
Can't access toilets. And we shouldn't be different. We should not be doing the same job and getting paid differently, getting treated differently, different hours.
And so what was did you see the Transport Minister's comments that day?
I saw it on TV. I think originally he didn't know prior to the strike. I think when it was in Newcastle, opening our bus, he didn't even know what was going on.
So
then
can I ask?
Found out, and didn't he say it's not it's wiping our hands or something like that?
So Mr. Pagalis and Mr. Dennis, given that you took industrial action and sacrificed a day's pay in order to pursue same work, same pay, but even things as basic as toilet infrastructure, what is your response to the Transport Minister who mocked you that day when he said that he had no responsibility whatsoever for determining these conditions? How did it feel for you?
First of all, I cannot believe that a minister in such a position said those words without finding out and knowing what's happening. But there's a lot of things that are happening with the industry that it seems like nobody knows about it. The other day when we were on strike and we were switching off the machines, right? Somebody from the government said that us through the manager through work, that when we mentioned that 50% of the passengers were not paying, right? They don't tap on, they don't tap off. And we mentioned it to them, the answer came back to us. He says, no, the figures shows that 95% of passengers are paying. I say, hang on, how do you know? We are on the bus. We see persons coming in. They're not tapping on, they're not tapping off. And he said, well, 1, 2, 3, you got 40 people, 20 didn't pay off. That's 50%, isn't it? And yet the government is under the impression that everybody's paying. Now, that's one thing. The rosters, one thing that I'm really upset about it, in my roster, I got ample time to turn around the city, say I'm doing a run to the city. You know the traffic, we arrive there, sometimes I got 10 minutes, 15 minutes to turn around. That means that if I'm late, I start my next trip on time. These guys, some of them, they got 2 minutes, 3 minutes. How the hell do you how do you get to the city on time, dealing with all the traffic? Then when you get there, there's no parking because now they moved everything and we don't have parking to park buses.
Yep.
And they got 3 minutes. Yep. And those are one of the things that we got to sort out too.
Thank you. Mr. Pagalis, can you respond? How did you, in respect to the Minister's views that day and since, what was the reaction in your depot when that...
Well, disbelief. You can't sit there and say there's not. It's not our fault. It's it's not. It's our hands. We wiped our hands. We can't. What was his words? We can't tell a private company how to run their business.
Now, since that dispute, Mr. Olsen...
I think that was the words. Is that correct? What he said?
Yeah, something like that. You can't. I don't think Mr. Pagalis has finished.
Sorry, Mr. Pagalis, did you finish?
Yeah, no, that's fine. No.
Mr. Olsen, Mr. Costa, and/or Mr. Babineau, since that action, have you had the opportunity to talk to the Minister?
No.
Have you sought a meeting? You sought meetings prior?
We sought a meeting even before the strike action.
Yeah.
And then we've seen the reply in which we got through the media, as you correctly pointed out, laughed at the action by thousands of bus drivers taking industrial action on the day, pinpointed to a small yard of some 30-odd people in the Hills district who did not take action, who are not members of the union, so therefore they couldn't take action, and then claimed that the union should have a red face to some degree, if I remember the terms correctly. But it totally, of course, misses the point. We have here issues in relation to safety and health of drivers, to which he did did not make any reference to.
But just to be clear, you haven't had an opportunity to talk to the Minister.
No.
And this is despite the Minister saying that he was trying to resolve disputes. He said that. He says he tries to resolve disputes.
Never asked for a meeting with us, and we have with him.
Can I ask, Mr. Robson, you accept that industrial action is usually an action which drivers take as a last resort? Fair?
Totally the last resort.
It's not like drivers enjoy taking industrial action. Mr. Dennis, you don't enjoy it? You don't enjoy it, Mr. Pagalis?
I lose pay.
That's because it involves you lose pay, yes? It's not an easy thing, a cheap thing for you to do, is it correct? And you, of course, accept the fact that you are creating inconvenience at times to certain commuters. That is a byproduct. You accept that at least that's the criticism that's levelled at you. And as you say, that you try to do it as a last resort, you try to minimise all impacts. Fair? And that's why, Mr. Babineau, you do other things like not collect fares and everything you possibly can to ensure that action can be minimised.
Absolutely.
Of course.
So, bus drivers, we carry people. The last thing we want to do is be impacting them negatively like that.
So it's fair to say that you're trying to minimise impact, but it doesn't look like the government is coming to the table with you. Is that fair?
Not at all.
It doesn't look like the government's showing any good faith.
Of course.
And it looks like despite the Minister getting on radio and attacking all workers every time they decide to exercise their legal rights, and he always says that he's got his door open, he's trying to negotiate. That doesn't seem to be happening in the bus industry, is it?
No.
To be fair, I haven't actually sought a meeting with the Minister. I think he's amply demonstrated where he stands on these things. The fact that his first sort of knee-jerk reaction is consistently across portfolios is to attack workers publicly rather than reach out to their representatives or them directly, states pretty, starkly.
And you grew that view, Mr. Babineau, because when rail workers from a different division of your unions tried to work and he shut the network down, he labelled them terrorists.
Yeah, and also the way he treated the RFS when he was in charge of that portfolio, calling them Dad's Army and saying he'll replace them all shortly.
Yeah.
It shows a complete lack of respect for what workers are doing and for the fact that they're people.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sorry, Mr. Feng.
I might just seek the call for a moment to perhaps ask some questions, if that's all right. Just,
yes. Please, go ahead.
Look, I would never do such a thing, Mr. Mookie. I guess to break the echo chamber of condemnation of the minister, which does not surprise me at all, given the positions of both the panel and also the opposition member, who probably has much experience in the transport sector. In relation to the bus strike itself, it was correct, though, that there were bus services that continued to operate that day, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Yep. And so the minister was correct in saying that there were passengers in certain parts of the city who were unaffected by strike action, and that only certain bus routes were affected by the industrial action from the union and its members. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think our efforts were about 100% where we targeted in those areas. Those people were on strike on that day and vast majority of them ended up in Martin Place wanting to have their voices heard.
Apologies. It should be noted that it wasn't a Sydney-wide strike. It was targeted regions, so there would absolutely be areas that were completely unaffected, and there would be areas that were.
So how did you nominate those areas?
Well, there were areas that fell within the scope of where you can take legal protected action.
Okay, so when you say that you targeted certain areas, it was the workers for whom you could get protected industrial action authorised for, where you selected. Is that correct?
Yes. Well,
so you didn't. It wasn't.
Yeah, you can't take protected action unless you're within the bargaining process at a certain stage. It has to be approved.
No, I appreciate that. What I'm saying is that when you're talking about regions, were there regions that your members weren't instructed to, weren't taking industrial action in, and so how did you select those areas?
Well,
they were not affected.
As I say, it's whether or not you can take protected action, it's strictly regulated. There's a very specific process and circumstance. That circumstance is you have to be bargaining, for an instrument. The instrument has to expire. There's checks and balances. A lot of the regions, for example, the other STA regions that had gone across, they weren't at that stage. They weren't either not bargaining or the bargaining was at an immature stage to be at that process.
So the point that I'm making is that when you say that you selected regions for that industrial action, or certain regions were doing it, all the regions that were eligible to take industrial action that day were taking industrial action. Is that correct?
With deference to my TWU colleague, I'd say yes.
Okay. So in fact, you tried to maximise the impact to the travelling public by those actions that day.
What we tried to do was maximise through, a carefully chosen window, which was, school holidays, to try and maximise the voice.
Act?
No, the voice. Okay. This is something that you can't get away from. It is the one thing that workers control is their labour. And so at the end of the day, we have taken other measures, across a year of bargaining. And we try and minimise wherever we can the impact on the public. Always. This is, as I say, we're bus drivers. Our job is to carry people. We do not impact on that lightly at all. It's not something we do. It's something that takes a lot of soul searching, and we have to get to a really crucial point internally that the membership for the members to turn around and say, you know what, we've had enough. We've got no other choice. We have to do this.
Yeah. Can I add to my colleague's point on this, because I think there is some confusion about how industrial action occurs. Industrial action in unions is not the decision of an individual official. Unions are democratic institutions in which the members vote on the actions of the institution. This industrial action, like all industrial action in unions, is voted on by the membership, and that's a decision by the membership. And while it may be inconvenient that industrial action occurs, members of unions do everything they can to prevent harming the public or inconveniencing the public. But in a democracy, this is the most civilised way that workers can show their displeasure with the decision of an employer or government. It is
fundamentally another role, but that is another option. But yes.
Well, sorry, to resign.
Well, to find another role, to find a
Well, I don't think it is very civilised to resign from a role that serves the public.
No, it's a philosophical argument.
I'm happy to engage.
Dare I call you for the same sin you accuse me of?
Oh yes, but it's do as I say, not as I do. Which, Mr. Mookie, you are
Deputy President,
well aware.
You and I are both now.
Order.
I'll finish very briefly. We teach our children that when they're upset with a problem, that they should articulate themselves using their language and to walk away from a violent or otherwise controversial confrontation. It's no different for workers who are in disagreement with their employer. They have a legal right to withdraw their labour, to walk away when they are unhappy. In the situation here, those workers exercise a legal right through a democratic process in the institutions that represent them, their union. It is not something that they did to upset the public or inconvenience the public. That is just a side effect of those actions.
So those factors aren't a concern at all then?
Of course they are concerns.
Well, no, I'm just...
They are concerns that they have to consider. Okay. But ultimately, there is no other tool available to these workers when a government has ignored them.
Well, I've already highlighted one, but yes.
Resignation, I do not think is... People have mortgages, the cost of living is going up.
I accept all that. I'm just saying that there are other ways.
Yeah, can I ask a follow-up question?
No, I haven't finished my questioning. I've got one more question that I wanted to ask.
Order. You may ask your one question, and then we'll come to you, Mr. Buttigieg.
I note the comments of Mr. Mookie where he was talking about the opinions that you had of the minister's commentary on the day. And whether or not you had sought meetings, etc., which, all valid points, as Mr. Mookie tends to do. I'm wondering if any of you might have heard from impacted commuters on that day perhaps a nurse who couldn't get to work, a school teacher who couldn't get to school to teach the children that she was had in the class. Did any of you seek to speak with or get the opinions of impacted commuters on that day?
Yes, very much so. I'll go first if you like. Oh, no?
You want to go?
Yeah. First of all, I talked to a few, and really there wasn't any impact because the government or the company, I don't know which, they put extra buses, right? So if there were buses on the road, there was no impact. Now, another thing, me, little man, my wages is here, my conditions are here. His wages are here, his conditions are here. And yet me and 50% of the other drivers, we were on strike. So how can you explain that? That a person is earning so much with certain conditions, go on strike to get those guys level or equal.
Well, I assume that
the minister
I assume that was a rhetorical question to me, but I'm assuming. I'm assuming, Mr. Dennis, that not only are you striking for the conditions of Mr. Pangalis, yes, but also you identified a number of concerns you had with your new roster earlier in this hearing. So I suspect that was a factor in perhaps in your acceptance of the industrial action. Well, no. I'm only surmising. It was I guess a rhetorical question, but I just chose to answer it.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, not necessarily, because if I had a problem with my roster that badly, I'll take your word and I'll resign, right? I mean,
I'm not suggesting that at all.
I'll go and get another job.
Now,
the roster affects me, and I'm sure in your job, there's a lot of things that affect you.
I have to get up at different times,
Fair
morning
enough.
and night.
But then again, I presume you earn a lot more than me.
Well, yes, I probably have a lot more stress as well, but that's,
Okay. I think
Anyway,
this has gone for long enough. Mr. Buttigieg.
Well, I'm just, you've heard...
Point of order, I think Mr. Olsen tried to...
It was invited for all of us to make some comment in relation to those remarks. I just want to say, firstly, in relation to whether or not people should leave their job, if we were to leave our job, all nurses will leave their job because they're doing exactly the same things what we're doing. Old teachers would leave their job because they're doing exactly what we're doing. So you would not have a state government that could actually function for the people because everyone's leaving their job to go somewhere else. Number two, I'd just like to add for that discussion in relation to notification to different sectors of our community when we take industrial action. Having already said people such as nurses and teachers are engaged in industrial action because they're also upset about not being heard, if I can characterise it in that manner. The other thing that's very important to us is to be tabled here today for your consideration is also that the law says that we must give 3 days notice of any impending strike action. We give 5 to ensure the public is not impacted, to ensure nurses are not impacted. We write off to schools, principals and other community sectors to ensure that they're aware that the bus won't be arriving, because we do not want any child standing at a bus stop when no bus is not coming. We do everything that is possible, and you'd be lucky to count on one hand the amount of strikes in which we've had in this industry alone over the past half a decade or longer. This is a matter that is not taken lightly because bus drivers, as teachers and nurses, police, etc., all take their jobs very seriously in ensuring that they are servicing the needs of the community.
It's a shame Mr. Murray isn't here that I could ask him about his comments about the year of the strike. But anyway, I'll pass
I'm happy to talk on behalf of Unions New South Wales and Mr. Moore if you have any questions in relation to that.
Order. I think Mr. Babinos.
Thank you.
To say something.
Just in relation to the from where Mr. Dennis is coming from, what's happening is you've got people that have devoted 20, 30 more years to providing a public service to this state. And then through the actions of Transport for New South Wales, in conjunction with the bidding companies, to deliberately push things down, you have a quarantined group of ex-government workers who are effectively being rostered out of a job because their work's just disappearing. So you know, it's not just, you know, the point Mr. Dennis made before about a small movement, and as you said, you know, you start at different times. You can be on a displaced roster, which simply means that you are off the roster, and you are first in line to get the fallout work. Doesn't mean you are. An AM driver could be happily, you know, or unhappily, you know, doing midday work. And we're not talking about an hour or two. We're talking about several hours, and that fluctuates on a daily basis. You know, and these are people that have devoted decades of service to this state and to moving, you know, and to be honest, to turn around and say that if they're not happy, they should, you know, go and get a job is just, it's so far out of touch. I don't even know how to react. It really is. I mean, you're talking about everyday working Australians here. It's really.
Let's not forget that in New South Wales and federally, it is coalition governments. The coalition is in government. The laws that allow industrial action are presided over by coalition governments. These unions followed those laws. They have every right to use those laws in bargaining. They shouldn't be in. Well, you've suggested that they should resign from their employment instead of utilising the system.
See, I will take a point of order because I won't just say it's verballing, Chair, but I was having a philosophical mini debate before putting a question. Now, what has occurred subsequent to that is a continual, I guess, shifting of the comments to now basically putting words in my mouth that I've instructed drivers to resign.
I don't think I need to hear anything more. Mr. Fang, you can't take a point of order against a witness. I think that this particular line of questioning has followed its course, and it would be good to move us on in the interest of time. If I could go to Mr. Buttigieg.
I did want to get the view of the people who are at the pointy end of this again. We've got two bus drivers here who have essentially, as it's been pointed out, were part of an action to withdraw their labour and to make a point to the government that their wages and conditions were unfair because of a contractual system put in place and a company contracting out of their obligations. And the response we've had from a government member here today is that they could always, and I think, quote, find another role. You didn't say get a new job, you said find another role. I want to know how realistic that is, Mr. Pagalis and Mr. Dennis. How realistic is it for you to find another role? Because this is part of the government solution.
Yes.
Well, another role.
You've got to find another role. You're a bus driver or you're not a bus driver. It's simple.
How long have you been in the industry?
I've been in the industry for 3 years now, close to 3 years.
Yeah.
I left the hospitality industry to drive buses.
You're proud of your work, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, of course I am.
And you have a family, Mr. Pagalis, that rely on your income?
Yes.
And you, Mr. Dennis, what's your situation?
My situation is, well, at the moment, obviously, my age, I can retire easily. I have no problem. So I'm in a position that I can do that. But I'm not talking on my behalf, right? I suppose I could get another job. But what in my mind is about these guys, right? Why work at Tempe or Kingsgrove for what they're earning when they can go across Port Botany or Waverley and get paid more money? And that brings a situation that at the moment, what these companies doing or what some of the in the industry, they're destroying the system and they're running out of drivers. Right?
So are you two delegates?
No.
I just joined, literally a couple of weeks ago.
What do you think
That was my passion.
And what would your response of your fellow members be to a response like that from the government, saying that you can always get another role instead of going on strike?
You have it now. I took offence to it, and I'm sure that and everyone here took offence to that. I mean, that's not fair to say you can go find another role. You can't find another role in the bus industry unless you move up, which you're not going to be doing in the private sector.
But you take pride in your job.
Yeah, 100% I do.
And as do you, Mr. Dennis? You take pride in your work? So you're not just doing it for the wage, you're doing it because you think you're making a contribution, as you said.
It's part of what we do.
We move people. We're taking kids to school. We're taking nurses to their jobs and doctors and fire and police. We have to do that because you guys don't listen.
You provided services during the pandemic, did you not?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure did.
Non-stop, yeah.
Yeah.
We did not
And
stop.
You
Sometimes-
kept central services running
We
during
kept central
lockdown?
service running while the company
Cut our wages.
cut our wages.
And were you aware of anyone in your depot who's been exposed to COVID while performing their role?
Right here.
Yeah, yeah.
You, Mr.
Few,
Pagals?
There's a couple.
I got close contact twice, and then contracted it as well. But we can't prove. Couldn't prove the contracting. It was happening when I got it. I got it at work, so I can't.
Presumably you don't have expertise in genome sequencing.
Yeah, exactly. But with the close contact, we could.
I
Back then.
wouldn't be making assumptions, Mr. Mookie.
Well, do you have experience in genome sequencing? So as a result, you weren't able to establish the fact
the
that you
close
captured it.
contacts I could.
Yep.
Okay, because there was people on our routes, and Service New South Wales said on Route 320, someone was you were a close contact. That happened to me twice. So I lost 3 weeks of work there, which
So
again goes to the
unpaid.
penalties. Not unpaid. I fought for that. I said it's not fair. They try to do that. They're trying to use my sickies, and I said no. It happened on work time. You have to pay me, but I got paid at a sick rate.
Yeah.
Sickies rate. So it means I get paid at the basic rate. I lose close to about $200, $250, $220 a week because I can't perform my duties.
Were you aware, Mr. Pagales and Mr. Dennis, that there was a period last year where the New South Wales Parliament was not sitting because of COVID and the potential exposure to parliamentarians of COVID, and yet we're still on full pay, while presumably you people are coming in, exposing yourself to this disease and getting substandard wages and conditions as a result of this arrangement. Were you aware of that?
I'm aware now.
Yeah.
Well,
Not happy about it.
well, what's your attitude towards that?
Well, personally, it was bad. And during that period, right, where the epidemic was at its, we lost, I think, 25, 30% of drivers.
Yeah.
Not. So the company comes to us and says, all right, look, guys, we all got to pull together. No problems. So I end up, as a compromise with the company, that I was going to work 2 weeks and then have 2 weeks off, right, because they were short of drivers. Okay. I ended up working 3 weeks, only 1 week off, and then all of a sudden that week that I was working before the pandemic, I was doing 38 hours a week. Suddenly, during that week, I was doing 9, 10 hours every day. But I wasn't getting paid per hour, It was a package, which was below.
It's an average, wasn't it? An average, wasn't
An
it?
average.
It was an average.
It was below an average of what we were doing before, not the hours we were doing during those critical moments. And yet we soldier on. We did not go on strike, getting underpaid. The promise that they were going to get 2 weeks off.
So how do you feel about parliamentarians getting paid around about $200,000 a year on full pay during a pandemic?
Were you getting paid?
While I'm averaging,
He's a whip. He gets more.
I'm averaging out a minister and a backbencher.
Yeah,
Honestly,
okay.
While you people are coming in and exposing yourselves to viruses and having your wages and conditions undercut all the time. How do you think that washes with the average bus driver?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Could I just ask, sorry, before I go to you, Mr. Mookie, Mr. Dennis, when you were talking about the uncertainty of your rostering, how much notice do you get?
We get
So-
a month.
A month?
A month. So I get a month. At the beginning of the month, the roster gets printed.
Right, okay.
And but it's subject to change.
Yeah.
So if they're running short of personnel or somebody is on holidays or sick, that roster might change. So it's not set in stone. You know what I mean? It's just.
So if someone was to ask you if you could go to, a birthday dinner or something in June, you'd have no idea yet.
No, you have to plan 1 month before if you want certain dates. One of the things that transit system pride themselves is that they're there to help us to change the roster. I cannot speak about Tempe or the other depots, but at Kingsgrove, there's no chance in hell that you're going to be able to change anything from 1 week to the other.
So you've got no rights to change the roster, but they can change the roster on you at any time.
You can request.
No.
There's a for Mr. Dennis's working conditions, there's a qualification regarding notice. So there has to be if notice is not given before the preceding shift, then it has to be consensual. Otherwise, indeed, it can simply be done. And
before the preceding shift.
Before the preceding shift. So if a shift is changed on the Friday before Mr. Dennis starts on the Thursday, he must be notified of the change. Or it has to be done by asking him, basically.
But that's just a day. So a day's.
Yeah, there is absolutely no circumstance ever where the roster, as it comes out, ever plays in that way, ever. It's not even close to it. The daily changes, especially in someone in his position where he's not on a roster, mean that his work will change on a day-to-day basis.
So you could look at, someone could say, can you come to a birthday dinner on Friday of this week? And you might not know till Wednesday or Thursday that that's definitely going to be the case.
Yeah, and the answer will be, find another job.
Mr. Babineau, can I ask you, has Transit Systems recently underpaid 754 employees $500,000?
The exact figure escapes me, but yes, that's
that right?
That's about right, and that was part of a case, and that $500,000 is actually a component of a much larger figure if you factor in the 3.5 odd million that encompasses 2019 to 21 financial years.
And this was because a scheduled increase in the indexation or pay rate wasn't passed on?
Correct.
And that is Transit Systems chose not to pass it on?
For that particular amount, yes, and that's what got them the $181,000 fine.
Yeah, and the workers that were predominantly affected by this failure to pass on the pay increase was the former workers of STA, that's correct?
Exclusively.
So that was you, Mr. Dennis?
Yeah, legacy drivers.
And so,
they're getting another pay rise.
So, Mr. Dennis, you were underpaid?
In a way, yes.
Yes? Well, you were performing work and not being paid your appropriate rate.
It's relative because, yes, I've been underpaid, but these guys were way under, so...
Sure, it's all relative, but the point is that you weren't receiving, your wages were stolen, correct?
Yep.
And Transit System were aware that they were not passing on. Was that correct, Mr. Babineau, from the evidence that came out in that case that you brought?
Very aware.
Yeah, and in fact, you drew it to their attention, did you not?
We drew it to their attention, yeah. It's court is not the first sort of card that a union pulls out of its deck of reactions. We brought it to their attention. We gave them sound legal basis of why it applied. Evidence showed that basis was understood. Evidence showed that basis was accepted. And then there was an internal discussion about how best to spin it, and that resulted in refusing to pay for...
Yeah, we'll get to that. But this created I think the way the judge described it is unbudgeted and unexpected surprise.
You could call it that?
Yeah, no, actually, to be fair, that's what the judge says.
Yes.
He said, quote, "This created an unbudgeted and unexpected surprise which affected the overall financial position of the group."
Indeed.
Correct? So they were budgeting never to have to pay this, and therefore all their calculations turned on basically being able in a position to steal Mr. Dennis's wages. That's fair?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then when that was pointed out to them, did Transit's chief operating officer inform Transit's CEO that, and I quote, "I think we have no alternative but to pay the increase and associated back pay and then double down on any other increases for drivers in the first year of the EA," correct?
Yeah, that sounds like the Kelsian chair.
Yes, and in effect what he was saying was that in order for drivers in Mr. Dennis's circumstance to get what they were legally owed, they'd have to trade off future conditions, correct?
Yes, they were trying to bargain with something that they already owed drivers.
So, and did the CEO respond saying, "I think you know clearly my view on this," calling it a big unbudgeted blow?
Mm-hmm.
And did he reply to that email by saying, "If attached to the agreement, I was hoping that you could at least get something for it, reduce a penalty, get longer working hours or something"?
Yeah, absolutely.
And did he also say, "Do what you need to do to avoid the court case, but I would encourage you to get this new agreement in place and leverage this as soon as you can because it will soon enough fade in people's memories and you will end up paying even more to get the agreement over the line"?
Yes.
You could just table that document, Mr.
Yeah, I'm happy to table that, I'm very happy to table that.
No doubt. I thought it might be easier than having
publish
to read
it.
I reckon it might be easier than having to read the whole thing onto the...
Yeah. More than happy. So, typical, Mr. Costa, to compel workers to have to sacrifice conditions in order to obtain, to recover the wages that were stolen from them?
No.
It's illegal, is it not?
It is illegal.
And in fact, the fact that Transit were even thinking about this, to compel workers to have to sacrifice future conditions in order to have past legal entitlements, that is itself a breach of the Fair Work Act, is it not?
It would be a breach of the adverse action section of the Fair Work Act, that's right.
Yeah. And it's lawless, is it not?
It's prohibited by the Act, yeah, it's
and
unlawful.
Transit systems, in accordance to the judge, Mr. Babel, were you aware that he said that this was in effect Transit systems taking matters, the law into their own hands?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, of course, this Transit system discloses its cost structure to Transport for New South Wales, does it not?
Oh, you'd have to ask Transport for New South Wales that.
Well, I asked Bus New South Wales, and they say that they remunerate on a cost-plus method, which means that they disclose their cost monthly, I think, to Transport for New South Wales. That's common industry practice, is it not, Mr. Babineau and Mr. Olsen?
Yes, it is.
So Transport for New South Wales is aware of this, is that? Or they reasonably should be aware of this, should they not?
As the economic employer, they have a right to
and of course,
legal obligation to be aware what their contractor is doing.
But not just that, Mr. Olsen, they're paying for it, are they not?
Indeed.
So presumably from 1 July last year, they were paying Transit Systems, assuming that Transit System was lawfully paying their workforce, correct? That's a fair inference?
Absolutely.
So the fact that Transit Systems are in a position to underpay at least $500,000, but I think one union is claiming $3.5 million. There's no way Transport for New South Wales shouldn't have been aware of that, correct?
Absolutely.
And then equally, at any point were you aware that Transport for New South Wales intervening with Transit Systems and saying, as part of their KPIs, amongst other things, that, maybe you should follow the law and pay your workforce what they're owed?
Those discussions, that's not how. No, it doesn't work like that.
But it should, shouldn't it?
Well, ideally, that'd be nice.
I mean, Mr. Olsen, in every other region, with other operators, it is the case, is it not, that Transport for New South Wales has previously exercised step-in powers to issue directions to bus operators for how they should be providing their services?
And they can and should do also in Region 6.
Yeah.
There should be no reason why.
So there's no legal barrier for them intervening?
No.
And they would intervene, for example, if rightfully intervene, for example, if, say, Transit Systems was leaving people by the road, correct?
Sorry, attached to that is after the industrial action we recently had was a cancellation of all overtime in Region 6. Now, again, that means services cancelled. Now, I'm not too sure, in basically in the sense of what you're saying in terms of transparency and stuff like that. Transport should be able to answer that question you posed, as well as the question about cancelling trips, because say they've triggered the abatement for cancelled trips and they're not going to even try anymore, because that would be a horrific betrayal of the public by saying we're not going to run your buses because we want to save the money it would cost to do so. Yes,
that's fair, Mr. Babineau. But it's the case, is it not, that we have Transport for New South Wales exercising their contractual powers to ensure that Transit Systems follows the law when it comes to picking up passengers, fair?
Well, we'd like them to.
Yeah, and so why shouldn't they be exercising their power as the economic employee to make sure that Mr. Dennis doesn't have his wages stolen? Is there any reason why not?
A lack of transparency and good governance.
Yeah. So the summary here is that Transport for New South Wales handed the contract to a company that then used the law to pay drivers who are performing the exact same work, different rates, and then engaged in wage theft. Is that fair?
Yes.
And also haven't passed on any to us non-100. Haven't passed on any pay rises since 2020.
Since 2020. How long have you been bargaining, Mr. Olsen, for with Transit?
12 to 18 months.
12 to 18 months. So this agreement would have expired around May last year? Well, more than that, earlier than that.
That agreement expired, but there's an interaction between that and the copied state award. So,
yeah, sure.
But yeah.
But basically the bargaining period's been around for now nearly more than 2 years. Yeah?
Close on to it, if not.
And that's why
good
Mr.
18 months for sure.
Pagalis isn't getting a pay rise, is because...
Never once have we heard from Transport New South Wales having any concerns about that, and we have the Minister standing up saying it's got nothing to do with him, yet the workforce that's out there representing both the state government and the employer are getting ripped.
What's the life of the agreement?
They usually are 3 years.
So you've spent nearly nearly half the time bargaining for an agreement as a percentage of the life of the agreement, correct?
With only
So
one industrial action.
by the time you resolve this agreement, unless you agree otherwise to change when this agreement commences from and once it goes, by the time you resolve the 2020 bargaining round, the 2023 bargaining round is due to start, correct?
No, well, you would. It's from the date of ratification.
Yeah, sure. But
maximum
that's
of 4
assuming you
years.
agree to that, that is the life of the agreement for the next one.
Yeah, and you'd have to, you'd go back obviously, and
this
part
is-
of negotiations would be back.
But this is patently absurd, is it not? That a position like Mr. Pagalis, a worker in the position of Mr. Pagalis has to bargain for more than 2 years, and you're still nowhere near an agreement. That's ridiculous. Do we agree?
Well, this is a built-in feature of the
Absolutely.
current industrial
Of
laws,
course,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
And that's by design.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a known fact that when we talk about transit system, they're a good minimum 5% behind any other employer out there in the private bus industry.
And their business model is basically to compete
their
with,
business model
undercut
is.
other private operators to take the work. Fair?
Absolutely.
With the view that they can be harsher towards Mr. Pagalis and Mr. Dennis.
With the view they could extract more savings out of the overheads they represent.
So it's not just like that we're benchmarking a company like Transit to just the previous STA. It's just Mr. Pagalis could literally be driving. What, Region 6, where does Region 6 finish?
It's inner west, the whole inner west, yeah.
So if you were to go down Victoria Road, two separate operators, and go towards Parramatta, you will find yourself in a position where you're getting paid less than a driver who's going halfway up Victoria Road.
Absolutely.
We could get down Victoria Street down in Nambour. We were talking about it earlier, where I'm right behind him, in a different number. I'm on a 430 and he's on a 328. And we're driving to exactly the same place to Martin Place, but yeah, he's getting paid $2.
On Victoria Street and Emerald Road.
Emerald Road, yeah.
Yeah, past my house.
Yeah. And we're getting paid exactly.
Company, same bus, same number.
$3 more an hour and doing exactly the same run.
Absurd, is it not? And this is basically in order to obtain artificial savings from Transport for New South Wales. That's the summary here.
Well, none of the savings they've put forward have been quantified, and the only savings that, every year the state operator would hand money back. That was just how they always performed under budget to a degree, and so somebody's making savings.
As our time comes to a close, you're saying the principles we should adopt here is same work, same pay? And we should be as designing structures that take labour out of competition?
It's a radical suggestion.
And equally, the third principle we should adopt is that competition is there competition should take place on who can provide a better service and who can organise themselves better, not who can cut drivers' pay the fastest.
There should be more to it. It's a public service.
Yep.
I mean, all bus services are subsidised to a degree.
Yeah, all public transport is.
Exactly. The point is that it doesn't always have to make money.
Sure,
By reducing the entire process to a fiscal imperative, you completely take away from the fact that there are services that will never in a million years make a profit. And these are the little services that service a retirement village, once an hour on a Saturday and things like that. But they're there for a reason, because they're there to cater to the people that have no other option to get around.
Which is the fourth proposition I was going to put to you, which Mr. Babineau here is that the principle we should adopt here is that citizens have a right to public transport.
Well, the government has an obligation to provide that.
Well, I was going to say that the citizens have a right to public transport, and it's the government's job to make sure that the transport that they're providing them is first class.
Well, absolutely, and to sit there and for the former Transport Minister, after Newcastle was privatised, stood up in the media and said, that he had saved Newcastle Transport, when he was actually, as Transport Minister, the one responsible for the provision of Newcastle Transport, is mind-boggling. So the entire privatisation is
debate the absurd statements of the previous Transport Minister, we'd be here for a long time.
We would. But I guess the entire privatisation process is basically the government throwing its hands up in the air and saying, we don't know how to run anything with any transparency, any accountability, or with fiscal responsibility.
I don't think we're saying
We don't want to.
The process has shown that.
Can I ask, in terms of this arrangement where they set up another agreement as a facility to undercut the legacy people, was the contractual arrangements from Transport for New South Wales, which allowed that loophole. Was that pointed out to them at the time?
It would have been a part of the tender. They would have seen the company structure as part of the tendering process.
The government's got lawyers all over this, right? So presumably they look at this contract and say they would know that there was a loophole there to allow that greenfields arrangement to come in, which has facilitated the undercutting of Mr. Pagalis's wages.
For the government operators, when they transitioned into the private sector, their state award basically became a copied state award, and it's like a bubble. It just floats along with them into the private sector. They've utilised that, and the company structure supports this in that they quarantined these employees in a separate employing entity. And then the other group of employees, the ever expanding group of employees, were basically quarantined again. And so that's how you arrived at the two-tiered system.
Yes.
So, I guess, as Mr. Mookie said, our time is coming to an end. But if we were to, I guess, summarise what has happened here with the privatisation of our bus services, we're looking at a government that is crowing about having cut costs. The cutting of those costs resulting in distance from workers and workers ending up with worse pay and worse conditions. It's not unfixable, though, is it? The government could come and say, let's, we will actually pay more for better wages, for better conditions. We will invest in those facilities. So in terms of what they could do to fix this going forward, short of, taking it back into state hands, what would be on the sort of wish list of what they could do to fix this?
Well, I think what you're saying makes complete sense. There doesn't need to be, as much as, I wish it had never happened, privatisation doesn't need to be conducted in this way where it's to the detriment of everyone involved except a very specific party. If the government can quite easily build things into the contracts.
But why is the government allowing transit systems not? Because the unions are trying to mop up the mess now with this common instrument. Why is the government not still awarding contracts to transit systems who are refusing to sign this common instrument?
You'd have to ask them that.
It's a question.
Because they benefit from transit systems not signing the common instrument?
Well, it is because they're able to work in through the two wages tier systems by not.
And is it not the case
that's not new either, Mr. Mookie, and that statement, and that's been identified state government over the past years. They know since 2018 when transit system came in, that transit system illegally, if I can put it that way, put itself into a position to create this two wages tier system. They were under contract to actually engage all employees under one entity. And they didn't.
But again, putting the responsibility back where it belongs, the government could now decide to pay more under that contract in order for those wages to be increased.
Could adopt the common instrument as part of the contract, could it not?
They should be doing that prior to fulfilling their requirements to outsource the rest of the bus industry into private hands.
So the government deliberately facilitates this two-tier system, which is undercutting people's wages.
And they have an incentive to have transit systems cannibalise the work that's otherwise been done by companies like Busways, correct?
There's not, yes. But where else would they make
Well, I don't know the Busways. I just picked that up randomly.
No, that's another company that has been basically tacitly approved a two-tier system. However, we're working with them to try and sort that out. We'll see how that goes.
Well, Mr. Bowen, I'm picking these names as a random, right?
No, we will pick.
My only point is that if transit systems is coming in deliberately competing on a low wage model, then there's an incentive for transport to spread them, correct?
Transport could fix this. At the end of the day, I guess given the time, we're bus drivers, right? We are average working Australians. We are not looking for velvet seat covers and gold chain steering wheels. We are looking to be treated with respect. We are looking to be treated with dignity and fairness. We provide a public service. We are bloody proud of that. one and all, we are really proud of what we do. It's why we keep doing it, in spite of COVID, in spite of everything. You know, it's why we don't look for other roles, because we genuinely love what we do. And it'd be really nice if what we do could be appreciated by the government to the point where they would turn around and actually invest in us as a public service. You know?
Instead of telling you to get another job.
Unfortunately, that is all we have time
We
for.
have to get out of the job.
We will be breaking for lunch and we'll be back
I'm
at
enjoying this.
2:00. But thank you all so much for being here and contributing to this inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for having me.
Let's do it. Thank you and welcome back. We're now going to introduce our next panel of witnesses. If we could start with you, Councillor Parker, if you could tell us your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Do I need to push this?
No.
No? Okay, all good. Dylan Parker, I'm the Mayor of Randwick City Council, and I will be taking the affirmation. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Lehman.
Thank you. My name is Tony Lehman. I'm the Manager for Integrated Transport Department for Randwick City Council. I will take the affirmation as well. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Woodbury online. Mr. Woodbury.
Yes, Kim Woodbury. I'm the Chief Operating Officer with the City of Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mayor Parker or Mr. Lehman, would one of you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Just before I begin, I'd actually like just to make a declaration just to the committee, just for transparency, that I am an employee of the member from Maroubra, and the Parliament of New South Wales, who will be appearing later today. However, we haven't had any involvement in this particular matter through that capacity, but I thought it was best just to declare that up front, just for the benefit of the committee.
Thank you.
I'm appearing in front of this committee as the Mayor of Randwick City Council, and I can wholeheartedly say, after several long years of discussions around our public transport network with the community, with the council, as well as Transport for New South Wales, as a result of bus route changes, which have been kicking around for some time now, and the subsequent privatisation, that the public transport outcomes on behalf of our community are undeniably worse. Council has for some time taken the position to oppose the significant changes to the bus network which were put in place in December of last year to seek the ongoing retention of the bus services which were cut, and to call as well for the release of all of the consultation data held by the New South Wales government in relation to this. The position of council is that we have had significant doubts as to the rationale behind these changes as well, and the publicly espoused view that it would lead to a better public transport network. The experience now for our community is that people are clearly highlighting three major issues. One of them relates to issues around interchange, the loss of directness into the heart of the city. Other ones relate to the loss of the frequency of smaller routes, and then there is also concern surrounding the privatisation of this service and operating a new network, and the concerns which it will have going into the future in light of the experience of other areas. That has been a position which has broadly been expressed across the political groupings of council, but undeniably on behalf of the community. I note I've got two attachments in front of me, one relating to the actual travel patterns across Randwick City Council, as well as council's commentary on specific routes. I generally will be keeping my comments to the second nature of the inquiry as it related to the overall operation of the network and bus routes, but we'll be happy to comment on some experiences of the privatisation as well. There have been several notices of motion from council which were successfully passed, and the main thing is that there is a clear concern for the loss of 24 eastern suburbs bus routes, but in addition to that, the 6 services which were actually cut prior to the implementation of the new network, including the M10, the M20 and the M50, which I note were previously operated and came out of Region 6, but impacted on our area and were operated by transit systems. So they're the main thrust of my opening statements. Happy to answer any questions, but I'm happy to also hand over to Mr. Woodbury, and Mr. Lehman is appearing to answer any technical questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Woodbury, did you want to make a short opening statement?
Yes, thanks very much. So the City of Sydney welcomes the opportunity to present to the inquiry into the privatisation of bus services. Because of the high population and business densities that are in the inner city believes that inner Sydney should be primarily a place where walking, bicycle riding and public transport are prioritised for most trips, not for all trips.
Oh, we're having trouble hearing you, Mr. Woodbury. Oh, try again now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
Shall I start again or continue? Start again?
You may as well start again. Thank you.
Sorry. The City of Sydney welcomes the opportunity to present to the inquiry into the privatisation of bus services. Because of the high population and business densities within the inner Sydney area, the City believes that these areas should be primarily for a place for walking, bicycle riding and public transport, so that those forms of transport are prioritised for most trips. This approach to transport planning and management is the only way to achieve the movement and play outcomes that support economic, environmental and social outcomes outlined in various New South Wales government strategies and the city strategies for that matter. The city's submission into the inquiry raised the following key issues. Increased bus priority over general traffic within the inner city area should be the focus to improve travel times, not by reducing bus stops. So measures like bus priority lanes, bus lights, at traffic intersections, the like. The next point is removal of bus stops is supported only where there are replacement locations to be provided in more accessible locations due to the high patronage within inner Sydney. If services are prioritised, then contracts must allow for services to cross geographic contractual boundaries to eliminate city centre layovers and provide better cross-regional connection flexibility. Consultation with residents and businesses is required before any development, before the development of any changes to bus services. For example, in 2024, with the new Sydney Metro opening, Waterloo Station will probably trigger, as well as other metro stops, will trigger changes. The city asks for extensive consultation with residents and businesses before those changes happen. The city supports the announcement that the bus fleet will be entirely zero emissions by 2030. This not only reduces carbon emissions globally, but will greatly reduce diesel engine generated air pollution and reduce bus noises along the route. Air quality and noise is a major issue in densely populated areas such as the inner city. And we have particularly advocated for, as a priority, 100% electric buses along a modified 304 bus route to Green Square, where you have the highest densities of apartments close to bus routes in Australia. Finally, the city's submission does not focus on privatising services, but on improving services, reducing impacts and supporting connections. Many opportunities for bus improvements are not in the control of bus operators, and government needs to prioritise improvements regardless of who the operator is. The city will continue to work with Transport for New South Wales and the state government to improve bus services in Sydney into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I pass over to the opposition, I just want to ask a quick question of you both. So, Mayor Parker, your submission, is this something that was approved by councillors as a whole, or is this, how does that process work within your council?
As it relates to this particular submission, there have been, on my recollection, 3 3 or 4 notices of motion which were successfully passed by council. There have been, I believe, at least 2 mayoral minutes. This particular submission came off the back of a request from council laws and was passed by council in order for council to make a submission.
Yep.
That was then sent off. It didn't then go back to council, from my understanding. Is that correct, Mr. Lemon?
Yep. Okay, that's useful to know. And the same question to you, Mr. Woodbury, the City of Sydney submission. Is this something that has been approved by councillors?
Our normal process is to send the draft submission around to councillors for comment. It doesn't go to a formal council meeting for resolution. I understand that's the process that was followed for this one, but I'll clarify that.
Thank you. And if the, I'm in particular, I'm interested in this line in here about sort of not really having a particular view on privatisation and wanting to see sort of where that's come from in terms of whether there have been council minutes or resolutions or something to that effect, and whether that's been approved in any way by the councillors.
Can I just, is that a question?
Yeah, if you could take that on notice, that would be very useful.
Sorry, is it Mr. Wood, the Chief Operating Officer of Sydney, sorry, to the City of Sydney Council representative, who then did approve it? Is it the Mayor or is it the General Manager or is it you who approved the submission, if it's not by councillors?
It's the CEO. The CEO.
Thank you.
So, but it's the process is the draft is distributed to councillors for comment, and they get back to the relevant director, as in myself, prior to sending.
Okay.
Over to you.
I can certainly clarify. It certainly hasn't been to council for resolution, but I'll clarify to clarify that it was that this particular submission was circulated to all councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Buttigieg.
Mayor Parker, can I ask you, in your opening statement, you said that there were consultation reports that you asked for from the government in terms of the consultation that went into this process of changing the routes and cutting the routes. And did you end up getting any of that consultation reporting back?
Nothing.
Nothing.
So I could only describe the exercise of consultation after the draft plan came out. Almost universally was the feedback negative, which was anecdotally, at least received by council and as an elected representative. But if you actually looked at the substance of the consultation documents, it was actually very difficult to be able to say how these routes and this new map would actually impact members of the community in a way that was not positive. Needless to say, I don't even think that was the outcome. I do know that there were, I believe, many thousands of community submissions into that. In the final consultation report, which was released by Transport for New South Wales, from my understanding, from my recollection, very few of the actual comments from the community were included, if any. It only spoke to general themes and feedback as a result.
And to what extent, if any, were council part of the process? Like, was the process of consultation direct with residents in that LGA, or did council play a facilitative role, or how did that work?
Council had no input whatsoever, is that correct?
We had minimal input. There was a briefing of senior staff, and then subsequently we did ask for a subsequent briefing of councillors, and unfortunately that wasn't achieved.
You asked for a specific briefing and it wasn't forthcoming, right? And in terms of then your subsequent feedback from constituents, presumably via local councils and other methods, because let's be frank, I mean, if you read the Transport for New South Wales submission, it's a very small minority of people who have been put out by this, and by and large it's been an overwhelming success. Your evidence is that via your councils, your councillors and other mechanisms, that your constituents in your LGA are not happy about this at all?
I would say that quite clearly at the time was the expression of the view of the community. There was a great frustration with the process which was undertaken by Transport for New South Wales. There was great frustration as to the outcome as a result of that and the consultation report which came out afterwards. And I would quite confidently say that calling the consultation cursory would be a very complimentary description of the exercise which was undertaken.
Thank you, Mayor, for your appearance. Thank you for your officials' appearance as well, and equally thanks to the City of Sydney. Mayor, when the government privatised some of these services, they promised your community more efficient services provided in a more reliable manner. Is your community getting more efficient services in a more reliable manner?
The experience to date has of the new network has been particularly patchy, and what I would say is for large chunks of the community, what they are finding is that for areas which are not tied to the major bus routes, they are more infrequent. But as well, the changes in the actual routes mean that they're effectively shuttle services to the main nodes rather than having a direct, reliable service into the city. A good example of that would be South Maroubra in my particular community, which I would also note for the benefit of the committee is home to a very large social housing estate. 397 was a bus which travelled through South Maroubra. It was a reliable, direct service which went all the way into the heart of the CBD, I believe, all the way to Circular Quay. They now have a shuttle which occurs on a far less frequent timetable, as was previously there, which travels between Westfields and Westfield East Gardens, which is a shopping centre, and Maroubra Junction, which is, while part of my constituency, in no way is a major centre as far as Sydney is concerned.
So what happens if you're down at Little Bay and you want to get into the city? How does that work?
There is a significant number of routes, but one of the main things which the feedback from the community has been in the non-peak has been the loss of the direct services into the city. Look, in all honesty, there have been an additional route which does have directness into the city, but for those who aren't directly on that route, it has been an objectively worse outcome.
Mayor, you said that your community's lost 30 bus routes, is that right? Did I hear you correctly?
No, I believe it's 26. It depends whether or not you count the ones previously. But if you add on the additional ones, but there's also an additional 23 which have been forced to interchange.
Well, let's just do this rather than before or after privatisation by time.
Yep.
Compared to 2015, 2016, let's go the last 5 years, 2017, how many bus services has your community lost? What?
I would argue it is, to be totally accurate, it's about 30. It's about 30 bus routes which have been cut. And there's been about 23 or 24 which have either been truncated, rerouted or sent elsewhere.
So generally 56 have been affected, and of which 30 have been cancelled and 26 substantially modified. Is that a fair?
Yep, that's a fair assumption.
Sure. And let's just talk about the 30 that have been cut. Were those bus routes poorly patronised?
No, we had an excellent bus service.
And were they ghost buses that we were paying for?
No.
Were the public having to fund buses to run from Maroubra and other parts of your community to the city that had no one on them?
No, one of the observations I would say in previous years was that we actually had an excellent bus service, and that was much loved and well patronised by our community.
And so, in your view, why did the government cut 30 bus routes?
There was the publicly provided rationale, which I do not believe, which was that it was standardising and streamlining the service. My genuine belief was that they were trying to force patronage onto the light rail, number one, because what people were finding, what they were at least initially finding, was that the community did not want to take the light rail because it was a less efficient service, which was also slower. The second point was in order to achieve patronage of the light rail, they actually had to encourage people to interchange, and the easiest way to encourage people to interchange is to stop the bus route at the stop of the light rail and not continue it any further. And then the third point, which I would also point out, is to make it more attractive and easier for a private operator to run.
So you reach the, accept that you may acknowledge the public rhetoric, or at least the public argument that was made, but your private view, or the view of the council, is about it being done in order to support the economics and operational costs of the light rail. Do you conclude that by the fact that on your submission too, you've provided us multiple examples of bus routes that have changed in order to facilitate people's access to the light rail? Is that the reason? I think the 397 you mentioned.
Undeniably. So if you really want a flavour of the bus changes, it is to require interchanging.
Yep.
So to get on a bus and then to have to get off and to change at a node, which is the two light rail terminuses. If you actually look at the changes quite clearly, with some exceptions, that is the main flavour of it, because otherwise what we were finding for the period of time when the light rail and the former bus network was operating is that people would they would get on a bus and they would stay on the bus. Mr. Lehman also has some advice as it relates to the discount that people put into in regards to interchanging as well.
So in transport planning, the interchange waiting time is valued by the passenger at twice the time. So if you're waiting 15 minutes for the next tram to come or light rail, you value it at about half an hour. So it's really a significant impost on the passenger, and they feel it quite...
I feel it often when I'm waiting 15 minutes for a service, yes.
It feels like you've been there for half an hour, particularly if it's too hot, too cold, too wet, those sort of things.
Sure.
Has the patronage of the rail increased as a result of those changed routes and they funneling them in there?
I don't know. Don't have any data on that.
So, just in respect to the point about modal shift, that is your view that this is the reduction of bus services was in order to facilitate modal shift to light rail. Has your community welcomed that?
It's not been my observation, no.
No. And you said that's because it's a longer service. It's what, to go from Kingsford into the city, it's 42 minutes, is it? That's meant to be the scheduled time?
It's scheduled time, but the experience has been, and sometimes it has been significantly longer than that, and I mean, reliability is also a concern.
Right. And so it's not like the two are directly substitutable, correct?
No.
And you made the point in your other submission, Mayor, that your community is particularly dependent on public transport. Did I read that correctly? You've provided me maps that show...
I'm happy to take that, or would you like to?
No.
Yeah, I think so. I think part of what's very helpful about these maps in relation to submission 1 as well is that it shows the heavy reliance on public transport in the north of the city and of cars in the south of the city. Why I think that's very important is that a majority of these bus changes have, at least in my observation, impacted the south of the city. The importance of that is that it makes travelling via public transport in areas where we actually need to see a shift towards public transport less attractive. It effectively, runs counter to the outcome which we want. So yes, look, undeniably, we are a heavily reliant on public transport, and that is predominantly on the north of the city, but where council actually wants to see a reduction in vehicle share is in the south of the city, where there is greater reliance on cars. By reducing the public transport quality which is serving those areas, it runs counter to our objectives.
And how does a person who's living at the bottom of the peninsula in La Perouse without access to a bus reach an interchange point? Do they drive?
Plenty do. But also what they do is they have to get on a different bus. They will either get off at Maroubra Junction, say at the southern point, they'll either get on at Maroubra Junction, or they'll get off at the interchange at Kingsford. If they're driving, there's a significant lack of parking facilities which are around the Kingsford interchange. Council's actually provided a car park which we purchased at quite a large expense of nearly $15 million. We actually had plans to build a customer service centre there, but we've been required as a result of some of these changes to maintain it as car parking.
So if you're down the bottom end there, say as my colleague said, down at La Perouse or Little Bay, you would have previously got on one bus and got all the way into the city in how long, roughly?
45 minutes?
Well, I did it once. It was 40-ish minutes.
Yeah, it's about 40 to 45 minutes.
So now you've got to get on, get off at Kingsford and then change onto the light rail? And do we have an idea of how long that would take?
I'll have to take that on notice. But it's a...
Your point is it provides an incentive for a person to get on their car and drive all the way in.
It is definitely slower. I just don't want to give an exact minute.
So that nightmare on Anzac Parade is exacerbated by... Yeah.
Yes.
And that is a person who's travelling from Little Bay into the city has a pretty good incentive to just stay in their car.
Correct.
Point. Yeah.
Correct. And just to give you an idea from...
That's not anecdotal. You've had to buy a car park to facilitate that, is what you're saying.
We purchased the car park for other reasons.
Yeah, but
it remains to this date a car park, and it is very well subscribed, and I'm becoming under a lot of pressure from a council perspective to maintain it as that, and I look at that as broader cost shifting from the state.
So the site will be forevermore encumbered with providing this service to the community because it'll be very difficult to take that away. So whatever we do to that site, we'll have to accommodate that park.
So generally removing car parks from commuters is on balance not a popular decision, Mayor? Is your point?
Yes, it's not a popular decision.
Fair. Sorry, Mr. Fair.
Oh, no, I was just, sorry, Chair, if you don't mind, I was just going to ask one quick question. I was just curious, the journey that you're talking about, what's the distance about of that journey, would you say?
Several kilometres.
About 10 kilometres, 12 kilometres, 15, say 10 or 15, somewhere around that? That's sort of what I anticipated it would be. So I grew up in a place called Uranquinty, which is a suburb, well, I say suburb, it's a little village just out of Wagga. It's about 10 to 15 kilometres away. How long do you, when you've talked about the I guess, the extension of time for the bus trip that you've got between that location and the city, how long do you think it takes for the bus to travel from Uranquinty to Wagga? Similar distance in an area.
But look,
I'm just curious.
I understand that. I will take
curious.
the point of order.
Sure.
I'll hear the point of order.
I understand that Mr. Fang is making a point. Perhaps he can rephrase his question to make the same point in a way that witnesses can respond to, because I don't necessarily think that the Mayor of Randwick can be reasonably expected to be able to project bus journey times in between your village and Wagga. As fine a village and as fine a city as Wagga is. And nor, to be fair, do I think that the Chief Operating Officer of the City of Sydney equally would have the expertise. I'm sure the Deputy President can make the same point through a better question.
On the point of order, the member is, of course, entitled to ask questions that are relevant. I would ask him to try and make those questions as answerable as possible, and it is, of course, up to the witnesses, if they are unable to answer the question, to say so. Go ahead.
I'm going to say that I'm unable to answer that question, Mr. Beck.
Well, there is no bus service between the village that I grew up in and...
So not under your government?
Hey?
Not under your government?
Not under yours either.
Shouldn't you do something about that?
The point being is that you actually have a bus service. So I think there's...
Had a bus service.
Hey?
Had.
No, have. I guess from my own perspective, I'm listening to the concerns that are being raised, but the reality is you've got a bus service. And while there's... I guess some challenges with that bus service, you actually have one. The vast majority of areas outside of the metropolitan areas don't. So I think that just needs to be put into perspective when we're talking about bus services in
No, that's fair enough question. If I could just ask a follow-up. So do you, in relation
to
that...
Was that a question?
No, that was a statement, but, you know...
In relation to my colleague's contribution, what do you think should be the threshold of standard that we apply to our communities in terms of providing a bus service? Should we go to the lowest common denominator? Is that, how would your residents react to that proposition being put to them?
I think the most considered way I could answer that question is to not degrade the quality of service which was provided. I can objectively say that prior to these changes, we actually had an excellent bus service. It did have its challenges, but it did work. Subsequent to these changes, it's worse off. If I'm not going to give a threshold answer, but you don't make things worse.
Mr. Woodbury, is it? I think you mentioned in your your opening statement about the removal of bus stops that you've experienced. Could you just outline to the committee the process of how that works and to what degree council gets involved in that sort of decision making, if any?
Yes, well, it depends on whether it's done as part of a major change, like the South East Bus Plan that I think we were just talking about, or it's where it's a one-off thing as a review by Transport for New South Wales. So normally there is contact with council. Council may provide its views, but at the end of the day, Transport will make a decision, taking into account stakeholders, we assume. But my point was basically in inner Sydney to mount an argument that a bus stop is not being used is highly unlikely because of the densities involved. However, we do appreciate that at certain times it's better to relocate a bus stop to a more accessible location to actually increase patronage and provide better access for the community. So our comments are really about improving rather than taking away.
But has the experience of the City of Sydney been that bus stops have actually been cut without being replaced elsewhere, or is it usually a case that they are replaced somewhere else?
So normally, there have been instances where there's been a request to reduce bus stops because of the distance between stops, and so basically it's a running time versus convenience for getting on and off. In other cases, there's been where, and again in the South East Bus Plan, where certain routes were rerouted, so it might mean walking 1 or 2 blocks to the next street to access the new route.
So the practical outcome of that is that if you're an elderly person or a bit infirm or perhaps disabled, you're going to come off second best with this as a result. I mean, if you don't mind walking an extra 5 minutes or, waiting a bit longer, it's no problem. But if you're in that situation where convenience of stops and multiplicity of stops is important, you actually come off second best under this regime. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, some people will have to walk longer to get to the bus stop, some will have to walk less. So it's a judgment call. Any government policy does have positives and negatives, and that's our point is basically you need to undertake extensive community consultation so you get all views and understand the issues, the positives and the negatives before making a decision.
And on that extensive community consultation, what was Sydney City's Council's impression? Was it extensive?
So there was, for the South East Bus Plan, there was a consultation, a formal consultation undertaken. There are a lot of submissions in the thousands, many thousands. Certainly there were a lot of residents who were disappointed today that the existing routes were rerouted or amended in some way, shape or form.
Or cancelled.
Or cancelled, yeah.
I presume you had complaints about routes being cancelled?
So, well, depends how you phrase it. So, in the inner city, there are less cancellations of routes with no alternative provided. The further you go out, like in the southern parts of Randwick, that may be different, but generally there are alternate routes provided. But again, whether an alternate route is suitable for an individual is way up to them, and we certainly had quite a number of submissions saying they didn't agree with some of the reroutings.
And did Council make representations to Transport for New South Wales on the negative feedback you were getting?
We did. We include that in our submission for the South East Bus Plan. So, but the thing is, there were many. It was in the thousands. I think 8,000 or thereabouts submissions on the South East Bus Plan, is my understanding. But they went directly to Transport for New South Wales. But we received many of those where members of the community sent us their submissions.
Can I just follow that up? Mr. Woodbury, from your opening statement, did I infer correctly that there's a preference, firstly, to minimise bus access to the Sydney CBD?
No. My opening statement said you should be prioritising walking, cycling and public transport over other forms.
Sure, but in respect to the public transport, does the council have a preference as to which mode it prefers?
So all modes are necessary, including all forms of transport. Heavy rail takes more people, but obviously it can't get everywhere. So we support heavy rail, light rail and buses.
In that hierarchy?
Well, that's the hierarchy of number of people moved per hour, but that's not necessarily the importance to any particular area or any particular individual.
Did the council favour engineering?
People need opportunities
Sure.
to catch public transport.
Sure. Did the council favour and or support policies that were designed to shift people from using buses to light rail?
The council hasn't had any resolution or position or resolved any position on that.
But the council did support the...
has been a supporter of light rail.
And a funder of light rail.
Well, funder of the public domain that goes along with light rail.
No. City of Sydney made a financial contribution to the light rail. Did you not?
To the light rail project, which included pedestrianisation of George Street.
And that was to the tune of...
To the public domain.
Yeah, but you gave a cash... was it 220 million cash transfer?
Yes, 220 million. And in return, we received upgrades to public domain to allow for pedestrianisation. So that was part of the project.
So it's fair to say, therefore, that the council obviously supports policies that make the light rail a success. That's correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And so insofar as there were ancillary parts of the bus network, particularly in the city of Randwick, that were affected by the choice of the City of Sydney, did that bear any... was the City of Sydney aware that that was a likely consequence?
So... Transport for New South Wales has always said that they were looking to interchange once light rail was completed and in operation. So I think that if you go back on the public record, that they mentioned that very early in the project.
Sure, but that wasn't my question. My question was that a policy that your council supported?
We don't control public transport.
Yes, but you have views. And your view, you are the biggest city in our state. Your views are serious. That's why we want to hear them. But the policy of interchange, as you've described it, I think that was your words, not mine. But that was a policy that was supported by the City of Sydney, wasn't it?
So the city supported light rail, initially proposing light rail along George Street from Circular Quay through to Central. Transport for New South Wales proposed, and the state government proposed, taking that right through to Kingsford and Randwick. So that was a decision made by the state.
Well, yes, of course, the state was the one who made the decision about the route, but you're not seriously pretending that you didn't have a big say in that, are you? Given that your council made a $220 million contribution to it.
So we made a contribution to allow light rail, or to get light rail up, and to upgrade public domain, including the pedestrianisation of George Street and other public domain upgrades that are required as part of the light rail.
Mr. Woodbury,
to improve access.
What I'm trying to understand here is that you've said that you've supported public transport. You said that you support the three modes. You gave us good evidence about how each mode is frequented, but it was never your intent or the city's intent to reduce public transport access by reducing bus access to the city, was it?
Your question is asking the city's intention when the city wasn't responsible for something.
Well, sorry, the city. Sorry, Mr. Woodbury, but Mr. Woodbury, the city, Mr. Woodbury, the city was the biggest proponent of the light rail. The city has been campaigning for the light rail for 20 odd years. Well, you can like the rail, or you can hate the light rail. We're not here to have an inquiry into the light rail. What I'm trying to understand is we have Transport for New South Wales telling us that part of the reasons why Mr. Mayor Parker's community has had 30 odd bus services reduced was because additional public transport has been provided via light rail. That is, they've put one mode in and withdrew another. Now, I'm trying to understand, that was never the approach of the City of Sydney, was it? That was never your intent when you've been, for the 20 odd years that you've been campaigning for this, was to see buses replaced by light rail. It was to see light rail in addition to the other forms of public transport that have access to the city, correct?
So perhaps I could put it this way. The city's intention for support of light rail was to improve public transport in the inner city and beyond.
Sure. Mayor Parker, was it your understanding that the light rail was meant to, was your community told that if you get the light rail, you're getting less buses?
In the environmental impact statement, there was canvassing of some changing of routes. I think it was to the tune of 10 to 13 bus routes, nowhere near to the extent of the changes which were proposed. Even once the light rail was actually in operation, the full extent of the bus cuts were not apparent, and there was actually a period of time where the full network was able to operate simultaneous to the light rail, and you could actually do the two. However, the subsequent outcome was that they cut them. So to answer your question, our community was never advised of a substitution to the extent which was envisaged. In fact, in the light rail's planning documents, it was dramatically less.
In fact, I've established this through other inquiries that I've sat on in terms of the light rail. We've actually reduced the amount of public transport because the capacity on the light rail is less than the capacity that was previously provided via buses. That's fact. And was that something your community was ever apprised of?
From day one, our community was not informed of the fact that there would be bus cuts to such an extent. That was clear. It came as quite a significant shock once it was first made public in, I believe, April of 2021.
Mayor Parker, if we're being diplomatic, you could say that your community was misled. But if we're being truthful, is it the case that your community was lied to?
I'm not sure that the first instance was a situation where you were being diplomatic, Mr. Mookie.
I might not have been diplomatic, but I was direct. So, Mayor, was your community either misled or was it lied to?
I think that the presentation of the bus network prior to the operation of the light rail was definitely not what was presented after the operation of the light rail. I think someone could very reasonably conclude that it was untruthful. However, I'll leave that for the committee, but it is definitely the case that the extent of the cuts originally proposed were much, much smaller, and the outcome has been a reduction in the order of 20-something bus routes. It is a very bad outcome for our community, and I think anyone could take that conclusion, yes.
All good? All right. Thank you. That does bring us to the end of that session. Thank you very much for your submissions and for attending here today. To the extent that there were questions taken on notice, there'll be 21 days to return them, but the committee secretariat will be in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're good? Excellent. We will now welcome our next witnesses. Thank you very much. If I could start with you, Ms. O'Neill, if you could tell us your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Marjorie O'Neill. I'm the member for Coogee, and I'm here today representing my electorate. And I'm going to do the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Thistlethwaite?
I'm Matt Thistlethwaite. I'm the member for Kingsford Smith in the Federal Parliament. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Daly?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Member for Michael Daly, member for Maroubra. 3 Catholics here, so we're all taking the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Excellent. If I could invite you to make a short opening statement, now is your chance. Ms. O'Neill?
Yeah, thank you very much. And first, I just want to thank the committee for the opportunity here to represent a community that runs through my DNA and who I'm very proud and honoured to be representing here today and every single day. Since privatisation has come into effect, my office has and continues to be inundated with people of all ages, demographics, socioeconomics, who have been adversely impacted by the cuts and changes that have happened since and as a result of privatisation. People are no longer able to access healthcare services, go to their libraries, do shopping, get to work, get home from work, visit friends and family. Everything that we feared about privatisation has come into effect, and in some cases is even worse than we imagined. Just last night, members of my community walked out of the Swans, myself included, greeted by great big signs that said, "No buses, use light rail." Now, people along here would not be surprised to also find out that those people travelling to Randwick were then forced off the light rail at the TAFE stop, 3 stops early, because the light rail had broken down and was not able to do the full work that it was meant to do. So people are being forced to use the light rail, a subpar piece of infrastructure, a vanity project from the former Premier of this state. This is what privatisation of public transport in our area looks like. People abandoned, isolated, no longer able to get where they need to go, forced to use a mediocre piece of light rail and piece of infrastructure. Public transport in the eastern suburbs today is worse than what it was a decade ago, and I'd probably argue that it's worse than what it was 50 years ago. Our community is not better off because of the privatisation of our buses.
Thank you very much.
I'll let it 27 years ago.
And Mr. Thistlethwaite?
Thank you. Ordinarily, these are issues that are dealt with by the state representatives, and I've got Marjorie O'Neill, Michael Daly and Ron Honig that represent the area that I'm in that do an excellent job. But with the federal election on, I've been doing quite a bit of door knocking, and every second house I knock on the door, someone complains about the bus cuts and the privatisation in our community. So I felt it was incumbent upon me to make those representations to this committee when the invitation was made available. How are people being affected? Firstly, there's been a large increase in commute times. So the city buses from our area used to go directly to the city. Now people have to change at either Kingsford, Redfern or Mascot, and it's increasing commute times. And I can give you an example. Here's an email from Ian Jankelwitz. I'm writing to ask for help regarding bus routes. My wife and I live in Torrington Road and I work in Surrey Hills. We've started going back into the office, and since the bus route changes and getting to and from work via public transport is an absolute nightmare. I can no longer take one bus to work. I now require 2 buses or a bus and a tram. Getting home is the same. My wife can get to work on one bus, but if she comes home before 3, she has to take 2 buses. We have 2 kids, and using public transport has become completely impossible due to the route changes. We're now required to pay for parking, which is expensive and increasing environmental impacts. Another email here is from Tiet Nguyen, who talks about her kids. She lives in Botany. Her kids go to school in Waverley. Now takes them 2 hours to get home to travel 10 kilometres. That's ridiculous. The second point is that there's no longer services to the destination that people want to go to. So anyone that now lives in Mascot, Botany, Pagewood or East Gardens, they can't get to the Prince of Wales Hospital. The 400 bus used to run from the airport, go through East Gardens and then up to the Prince of Wales Hospital. So I asked the committee, how is a pensioner that doesn't drive, that lives in Mascot, Botany, Pagewood or East Gardens, supposed to get to the Prince of Wales Hospital on public transport? They can't use the light rail, it doesn't go there. And the ironic thing about this is that they're building the new acute services hospital in the Prince of Wales Hospital precinct on Botany Street. But the thing about it is there's no underground parking as part of that development. Now, when we found out about this, myself, Marjorie and Michael had a meeting with New South Wales Health and asked them, why aren't you building parking underneath a major hospital development? And they said, because we want to encourage people to use public transport. But now the New South Wales government's taking that public transport away. So those people can't get from that area to the hospital. It sounds like an episode of Utopia. You're going to encourage people to use public transport by not providing any parking and then take the public transport away. The second point is that changes that have made it difficult for people to get to work. A classic example is the 400 bus. That used to go to the domestic and international terminals at the airport. But the 350 bus from our community now only goes to the domestic terminal. So I've got an email here from Leonie Lamb who says, I'm very upset not only with the cutting of the bus services, but also the closure of a number of bus stops, which is making life much more difficult for the disabled and elderly residents. I'm sure you're aware the 350 bus from Maroubra Junction only goes to the domestic terminal at Sydney Airport, whereas the 400 bus used to go to both the domestic and international terminals, which makes it more difficult for both workers and travellers. So you're making it more difficult for people to get to work. So what people are doing is they're driving instead. That's going to increase carbon pollution at a time when we should be trying to reduce carbon emissions in Australia. The fourth point, and this is my last point, is it's made it much more difficult for pensioners and disabled people to get around. And I use the example of Beverly Triantafilides, who came to see me at a mobile office in Pagewood. She's an 83-year-old widow that lives on her own. She used to catch the 310 into the city once a week. It was her outing. With some friends, she'd go to the library or go down to Circular Quay or something like that. She no longer does that because of the changes to the bus services. And I just think that if you're going to improve public transport, it should make people's life easier, not making it harder, as these bus cuts have done.
Thank you. And Mr Daly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the terms of reference for this inquiry relate, of course, to the privatisation of bus services, and we have and will be talking about things like the light rail, which in strict terms don't go towards the privatisation. But what's important is to keep in mind that what you've got in the eastern suburbs now is a transport system that was deliberately designed to be the way it was, and privatisation is one of the last pieces. The light rail's been a disaster from day one. And it was never about improving public transport outcomes in our neck of the woods. It was just about getting the buses out of the CBD. That's what it was about. Too many buses in the CBD, they needed to get them out. Paul Broad and Nick Greiner in the 2012 State Infrastructure Strategy report said, whatever you do, don't build a light rail, it'll be a disaster. Everything they said has come true. They said, do what happened in Brisbane, spend $1 billion, put a tunnel in the city for the buses to lay up in, and I bet the government wish now that they would have spent $1 billion instead of $3 billion on the light rail. What we've got now, and I've spoken about this in Parliament on several occasions, as my colleagues, a member of Heffron and a member of Coogee, is a public transport system in the eastern suburbs that is worse now than it was last century. I've been catching buses since I was 5, still catch the bus into Parliament on occasions. It's worse now than it's ever been in 50 years. That is not how a government is supposed to run a society in this supposedly modern age. We loved our buses, we still do, we rely on them because we live out there on a peninsula. It was instructive to see that during the pandemic, when people were worried about getting sick, they still would rather have taken the risk of getting sick. They caught the bus, which was packed, and the light rail was empty. People voted then, when the two services were running next to each other, on what they preferred, and the buses were what they preferred. Now we've got a public transport system which is worse, it's slower, it forces interchanges, it's more expensive for many, contrary to the promises that premiers and transport ministers of yesteryear in this government made. It's less safe, particularly for older people, particularly for school children. It's more aggravating, it's harder to access, stops have disappeared, interchanges have been forced. Now, it's less helpful, it's less customer friendly. The light rail started it. It was a disaster for the environment. 800 trees on Anzac Parade went. Dedicated bus lanes, red lanes, which gave buses an express pass into the city, were ripped up. They're no longer there. Privatisation was rumoured. I spoke about this on the 4th of March 2020 in the House, when a brave public service, some brave whistleblower in the public service leaked a document called the South East Sydney Integrated Service Plan. It was a sensitive New South Wales government draft plan which outlined a number of services that were going to be wiped out, and then 2 years later, what happened? Those exact services were wiped out. What does that mean? Well, it means that the consultation was a farce. The government had already made their mind up about what was going to happen in the eastern suburbs, and the consultations were a farce. No one's sitting at this table, not the member for Heffron, and I've always said, and I've said this in the House, MPs are experts in their local area. They don't know everything, but they are the conduits through which a lot of information flows. But this government, this Transport for New South Wales Department, didn't see fit to come and ask us what we thought. When we were last in government, we used to have regional bus reviews every 5 or so years, and they were ugly. There was a town hall meeting, Transport often sat up the front, residents gave them their 2 bobs worth. That has not happened in the 12 years or 11 years that this government's been in place. All is not lost. If there's one message we could deliver from our constituents today, it would be, please sit down and listen to us so we can help you, government, improve our bus services, because they're not working. They are not working. They're making life more difficult. And if there's one overarching theme that people pass on to us through various emails and the like, is that they thought government's role was to make life better. This government is making life worse for people in our area, young and old.
Chair, just before we start questioning, I just wanted to seek a point of clarification, if that's okay, just from the opening statements. And it actually goes on from what Mr Daly was just talking about local MPs knowing their area. But, Mr Thistlethwaite, you were just talking about then, I think, the destination that most people want to get to, which is Prince of Wales Hospital. And I think you said, and I'd have to check the transcript, that the light rail doesn't go to Prince of Wales Hospital.
I didn't say that.
No, Mr Thistlethwaite did.
Yeah, he did.
There is a stop right out the front of Prince of Wales Hospital. Now, I'm the Nat from Wagga, and even I know that. So I've failed to understand how the light rail goes to the very point that you have just indicated people want to go to.
So I said that you can't get there on public transport from Botany, Mascot, Pagewood, or East Gardens.
And I think you then said that the light rail does not go there.
Deputy Chair.
You said the light rail does not go there. And we'll check the Hansard later, but you said the light rail does not go there.
The light rail doesn't go to Mascot, Botany, Pagewood, or East Gardens.
It goes to Prince of Wales Hospital.
Yeah, but it does,
with the stop right out the front.
Yeah, but it doesn't go to...
That's the point I wanted to make, Chair.
It doesn't go to...
let me follow that point up.
What line does it?
It doesn't go to Mascot, Botany, Pagewood, or East Gardens, where people previously could get the 400 bus to...
that was made, but I...
Mr Mulkey has a point of order.
Okay.
We'll hear the point of order.
Actually, not a point of order. I think the Honourable Westphal had ceased questioning, and so I was going to take the questioning up, Deputy.
Go ahead.
If that's okay. Thank you. Mr Thistlethwaite, it's the case, is it not, that the light rail does not go to Pagewood?
No.
And nor does it go to Botany?
No.
Nor does it go to Maroubra, did you say, that part?
No.
Yeah. And so in order to access Prince of Wales directly, a person from Pagewood would have to get a bus to where? Central, and then get a train back out?
Yes, that's right.
And in your view, a person trying to access Prince of Wales to access acute services might not have the time to make that journey?
Well, no, you'd be talking about hours, hour-long journey.
Yeah. And previously there was a bus that went directly from those communities to the Prince of Wales?
It did, yes.
So when that bus was cancelled, the residents of Pagewood, amongst others, were, I imagine, a little bit disappointed that they could no longer access directly the Prince of Wales from that, using that bus route?
Extremely disappointed.
And that was the point you were making, was it not?
Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Sisway. Dr. O'Neill, 372, I think, is a bus that went to your community, correct?
Yeah.
And was that a poorly patronised bus service?
No, it wasn't. It was very widely used, particularly by commuters trying to get in and out of the city. And that's one of the ones that's been removed. The other sort of bus that travelled a similar route is the 373. And I just
last bit of 373.
Yeah.
Was that a ghost bus?
Was that a ghost bus? Not at all. Not at all. It was probably one of the most chock-a-block ones as well. And I want to make the note that this government made a commitment that it would remain, but it's removed two of the most fundamental stops for it. So people are now struggling to access healthcare services at the eye hospital as a result of the last two stops being removed.
Which eye hospital can't they people access?
The eye hospital right next door to here.
Oh, the one
right next door.
Right.
So now the 373 stops at Museum Station. It is over a 1 kilometre walk from Museum Station to the eye hospital.
How many people contacted your office asking the government to cancel the 372 or 373?
0 people. Right. Over 80,000 people from our community have signed petitions against bus cuts and the privatisation. And in total, in the last 2.5 years, just email interactions, I've had over 6,000 regarding, and they've all been against these cuts.
And presumably, have you received equal volume of people who welcome the removal of that service?
Not at all.
Right. And when your community wasn't told that the 372 and the 373 was likely to be cut in either the privatisation or the light rail, is that fair?
No. So our first indication that the 373 and the 372 were going to be removed was a very brave public servant leaked us a document which the government was trying to keep secret, but they leaked it to us. We were then had to go and gipper it, and the government at that point even still refused to make that document public.
That was early 2020.
That was early 2020.
This is the precursor one where they slashed all the...
Yeah. But I'll just make it very clear. The New South Wales government, Transport for New South Wales, did not release that. It was a very brave public servant who knew that this was coming, who leaked us that document.
And can I just ask, firstly, do you have a copy of that document?
I do. I don't have it on me right now, but I'll be able
to provide a copy of that document.
Yep.
Of course, with any appropriate redactions that you think are necessary and any that you would like to attach.
Absolutely, because what I will also attach with that is following receiving that document, we then tried to gipper that. And as part of the gipper, there is a line that says in there that the New South Wales government didn't want to engage in community consultation because they knew how upset our community would be, knowing that 24 bus routes were about to be ripped from them.
So, Dr. O'Neill, that document, you obtained it, and Mr. Daly, you obtained it in March 2020, I think you said.
Oh, it was earlier than that. Well, it was dated January 2020, so some short time after that. Yeah.
So the plan, effectively, we can infer, was at least in the transport system somewhere before 2020.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
And the first your community heard about it was when a brave public servant provided it to use, or to collectively. Use is not really plural. Correct. And did you try to, thereafter receiving it, Mr. Daly and or Dr. O'Neill, did you seek to have a meeting with the Minister or with Transport for New South Wales?
Yes.
Did you have that meeting?
No.
No.
No one, not the three of us, Mr. Thistleway can speak for himself, nor Mr. Honig, as I understand, have been sought out by either the Minister's office or Transport for New South Wales to sit down and have a proper discussion with us about planned bus service.
This is despite it being raised in the House.
It's been raised in the House for years, and we've twice tabled 10,000 signature petitions and spoken about it for years. No one has spoken to us about it.
And what reasons, if any, were you given by the government in any forum as to why they removed those particular bus routes?
Part of it is around duplication with the light rail. And so they've removed what they say is duplication of the light rail, so they don't want additional bus routes going through. With other routes, as well, for example, the 378, which used to be a bus route that ran from Bronte directly into the CBD, they had said it was around ceasing that and stopping it now, which has now become the 379, was around getting rid of that last leg, which they've said that is around patronage. So what they've removed is the public service element of our bus routes and profits above that of people.
And they achieved that via the privatisation? Or prior to?
Well, and by streamlining services as well. So what they've done is, if you sort of have a look at 25 routes in total, plus another 7 for me, because I've had additional routes moved on top of the ones well prior to this. So what they've had is, so you see routes like the 373, and I've asked questions around why the last 2 stops have been removed, and they've said, well, they were the least patronised of it. Now, you still have people that want to use them and go through, but they've just said, look, we've done the cost of this, and so we're cutting those last 2. This is the most cost-efficient way for us to do it.
Mr Daly and or Mr Thistlethwaite and Dr O'Neill, but to be fair, I think Mr Thistlethwaite and Mr Daly have been members of Parliament from at least a bit longer. So no disrespect to Dr O'Neill, I'm sure you'll be there for a long time. But Mr Daly, when your constituents were told about the construction of the light rail, were they told that they'd lose bus services?
They were told nothing. The light rail just raised its ugly head. Randwick Council were talking to the City of Sydney and the government early on in the early days of this government. What happened then was the government launched a plan and refused to countenance any changes, even where there were farcical outcomes at the University of New South Wales at Randwick Racecourse. The government just refused to make any changes, and they dropped this light rail on our community, and it's been a disaster. And I don't think, Mr Mookie, you can underestimate just how life-changing these changes have been. You know, the simple example of a mother who works in the city, who's got kids in school that have to be picked up by 6 o'clock, otherwise their after-school care closes. 1 bus to the suburb previously, now 2 or 1 or more, and the light rail, and unless they all arrive on time and it's a seamless transfer, she doesn't get there on time. And there are examples just like that all over the eastern suburbs. People now can't take the risk of using public transport, so they just drive, or they don't go. We were campaigning out the front of Pacific Square one day at Maroubra Junction, and a nurse came up and said, I live in Maroubra and I work at St Vincent's. I used to catch the bus, get out at Taylor Square, grab a coffee and walk to work. Now I can't get there on the bus. Light rail takes me to Surrey Hills, so now he drives. That's just a failure of public policy and public transport delivery, total failure.
And so when you say that this has been worse for public transport in the eastern suburbs, are you referring to the fact that the amount of capacity that's been withdrawn via buses exceeds that which has been provided by a light rail, which means on net terms there's less seats to get people into the city than there was before?
There's that. There's also been the removal of bus stops.
Yeah.
Now, we've asked, and I asked for a list of the bus stops that have been removed. The list that I was sent from Transport for New South Wales is incomplete because it only has 1 in Randwick. There have been 4 bus stops removed just near my office. So even people's capacity to access buses has been reduced. What was a 400-metre walk is now a 1 kilometre walk. For all of us that have been living in Sydney with this weather, that is not an easy feat if you are disabled, if you have small children. So not only do we have a reduction in services, but also people's capacity to access bus stops has been diminished, and we've estimated close to 50 bus stops have been removed.
So, Mr.
From
Mookie,
the calculations and what people have sent us.
I remember when I was a new MP, and Transport for New South Wales, or its predecessor, buses, Sydney buses, used to brag that in Sydney, 90% of residents live no further than 400 metres from a bus stop. They bragged about that because it was about service delivery. Now you can see on Transport for New South Wales, a submission on page 8, Region 9, the key benefits derived from this region's contract due to commence in April 22 include, first dot point, over $200 million in operational savings. That's it there, the cat's bell. This is what it's all about. It's just about saving money to government. It's not about making things better for people.
So I was going to just quote that to you. So there's the 200 million, but then they go on to say, Region 9, on 5th December 2021, bus network changes to Sydney South East were introduced as part of an integrated transport network.
What page are you on, Mr. Buddy?
This is page, I think my page numbering's out, but I've got page 20. On Region 9, this is under the heading Bus Stops on the Transport for New South Wales submission, under the subheading Bus Stops.
Yeah, page 11 I think we've got it. Yep, sorry, was a question?
Yeah, so they talk about on 5th of December 2021, bus network changes to Sydney South East were introduced as part of an integrated transport network. As a result of these changes, a total of 28 bus stops are no longer served by regular route services, accounting for around 1.6% of all bus stops in this region. Dedicated school services will continue to serve about 9 of these bus stops. These changes were implemented in advance of the transition to the incoming private bus operator, Transdev John Holland. So what they're saying is, look, we've saved 200 million. It's only 1.6% of bus stops that have been cut, and it was implemented before the contract, the new operator came in. So what are you complaining about is essentially the substance of that. What's your response to that?
It's called fattening the lamb. And this government, if there's one thing this government's good at, it's that. You can see that they've done that with privatisations, and you need to look no further than
Farmers on this side
you
of the
need
house.
to look no further than the privatisation of the ports, where you've got scandalous outcomes hanging off that contract all over the place, and the common denominator is that ordinary people pay more and services are not enhanced. But
So you essentially, that document underwrites what you're saying, doesn't it? Because the routes were, the preordained rationalisation of the routes was setting up the privatisation model so that there was a comparison of cuts, cut for cut, instead of what it used to be like to now. But you're giving evidence here today about residents that have come back to you and said, this is the reality, we're actually missing out on getting viable public transport from the eastern suburbs into the city and back, but the stats don't show it because they've essentially prepped it to look good.
Yep, I'd bet London to a brick, Mr. Buttigieg, that the private operators found out about this in the data room before the MPs or the passengers in the eastern suburbs.
Yeah.
Can I ask, firstly to you, Mr. Thistlethwaite, the Kingsford Smith encompasses the Sydney Airport, or is close to the Sydney Airport, is it not?
Yeah, Kingsford Smith has Sydney Airport within it, yes.
That's a pretty big employer in your area?
The largest.
And lots of people in your residence who are residents in your constituency work there?
It'd be the largest employer of residents within my community, yes.
And it's a close to 24-hour-a-day facility, is it not?
It is.
And people are needing to access that airport at all times?
Definitely.
And part of the reason why there were direct bus services that at least went through it beforehand was in order to facilitate 24-hour access to the people who work at that airport, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Well, particularly in the context of the fact that it's quite expensive to park at Sydney Airport, and the car parks are operated by a private operator. And for the average worker, particularly someone that's working as a baggage handler, ground staff, it's prohibitive for them to drive to work 3 or 4 days a week and park in the car park and pay for parking. So they relied on that 400 bus service to take them from a place like East Gardens or Pagewood or Maroubra to the airport to get to work. And that service, particularly onwards to the international airport, has now been cut, and it's put those workers in a very difficult position.
And that bus service was relatively affordable, was it not? It was on the Opal network?
Yeah, it certainly was on the Opal network.
Its fares were regulated, correct?
Yeah, and it was always well attended, always well patronised. At all hours of the day. It's the only bus service to the airport, believe it or not. The only public transport to the airport from our community has been cut.
And so any other person who now wishes to access public transport would have to get a train near the airport link, would they not?
Well, from our area, that you can't do that. You'd have to get either a bus or a tram into the city, into Central or Redfern, and then get off, and then come back.
Indeed. And pay $15 for the privilege.
To Mascot or get off at the airport.
So when the government decided to withdraw the 400 and 400N, were you told?
No.
Were the workers at Sydney Airport told, to the best of your knowledge?
No, they weren't. And when the light rail was being planned, I got quite a few emails from constituents asking, can you tell us if this bus service is going to be remaining, if this bus stop is going to remain? And I'd often write a representation to the Minister for Transport asking that question on behalf of that constituent. We'd always get the same answer, and that is we're still negotiating and we're still determining what bus routes will be available after the light rail is installed, and we haven't made any decisions yet. And then one day after the light rail becomes operational, we just find out that they're cutting all of these bus services, and there was no consultation with myself on behalf of the constituents that I represent.
And has the decision to withdraw the 400 and 400N service been well received in your community?
I'd say that that's the service that I get the most complaints about, because it goes through my electorate from west to east, and it services so many different important pieces of public infrastructure in our community. The airport is one of those, the Prince of Wales Hospital, Randwick Racecourse, East Gardens, all the way through to Bondi Junction. And a lot of people use that bus service. It was well patronised by students and by workers and pensioners alike, and it's now gone.
Dr. O'Neill, you have had to also cope with the privatisation of services in your area, have you not?
Yes.
And you're Region 9?
We're all Region 9.
All Region 9?
Yeah.
And pray tell, how's you found your interactions with the new operator?
So since December 5th, when the private operator has come into effect, I have to say there's a whole new plethora of community members who are engaging with our community who had previously not been engaged around public transport. My office, it is uncommon for my office to not have a day of someone contacting us as they are now no longer able to get where they need to go. In particular, people just being abandoned and stranded. So,
who is the operator?
It's Transdev.
Transdev.
Yeah.
And they took control of your region December 5 last year?
Yes.
And they've now been operating at 5 months, 6 months, close to 6 months.
So sorry, the private operator came into on, I think it was April 3rd. Yeah. April 3rd, sorry, that they've come in this year.
So just
the
a month
cuts
ago.
came in on December 5th.
Yep.
The private operator came in on April 3rd.
If there's such a plethora of uproar about this,
yeah,
and presumably Transport for New South Wales are hearing about this, when you read their submission, it's all okay because they still control the routes and the bus stops and the timetables. So presumably that the inference from that is that they have the power to change it. What's been the representation from you as a local member to them, and what's been the response, if any?
So we've been having ongoing conversations with the Minister, where I think my most recent meeting I had with Minister Elliott regarding the 373 and getting the last two remaining stops in, and he's made a commitment to undertake that. I had a similar meeting with the previous Minister, Minister Stokes. That fell on deaf ears, and they said no, they wouldn't bring in the last two remaining stops on 373 because of patronage, and it wasn't worth them the money running it down there, and they didn't want a duplication of the light rail, which again people don't want to use. So I'm waiting to hear back from the new minister regarding particularly 373.
He's given an undertaking to look into it, has he?
Yeah, to look into getting the last two remaining stops back in.
And what about the light rail patronage? Has that increased since they've forced everyone onto it?
Well, it depends if it's working or not. So again, I give you the example of last night where people were forced to use the light rail because no buses were included after the game last night, but the light rail could only travel 2 stops because the system had broken down, and people were then required to walk the remaining distance to Coogee Beach, which is over 2 kilometres up and down hills. So what is the patronage? I don't know if you're actually able to measure that because people are continuously being booted off the light rail when it breaks down.
And what about this? I know from my own experience with my son, who gets on the Transport for New South Wales app and figures it all out relatively quickly, although sometimes I've seen him make the odd mistakes. But what's your feedback from constituents in terms of they've obviously now got to be quite sophisticated in coordinating trips and interchanging and planning their trips more rather than getting one bus from point A to point B?
Yeah, so from 3 days ago, I have a message here from someone who just says, it used to take me 40 minutes to get to the city, it now takes me over an hour and a half. Right, that is one of the big messages, and what we've said here, is travel times have substantially increased. And what that is doing is, one, making people's lives much more difficult, but we also know that a lot of people are now turning to private transport and towards their cars, which is then costing them more money as they then have to pay for parking in the city.
And go ahead.
Dr. O'Neill, you were saying that you've been flooded with people wanting to talk to you about transport in the last month as a result of Transdev taking the operations and then going back until the precursor changes prior to them being handed over. What's the scale we're talking about?
So we are talking, I think, in the last sort of month, over 3,000 emails.
Yeah. And is that similar to you, Mr. Tiswaite? Are you equally hearing?
I can tell you that I've had 5,315 interactions with constituents regarding the bus cuts, either phone calls, emails,
door knocking.
People telling me when I'm out door knocking, or writing letters.
22.
Mr. Daly, have you equally?
I haven't tallied mine up because you also have to include messages on Facebook, Instagram, Messenger.
But it's fair to say that there's a lot.
Text messaging. Every day you get some.
Yeah.
So we went through Region 6 privatisation, and now your region is going through the same process. In your view, are Transport for New South Wales candid with your community about the changes that are meant to be taking place or not?
No, I think it's been incredibly opaque.
Are they responsive to the community when you're communicating? Because I presume the same people raising concerns with you in the last month have been raising concerns with them. Are you detecting that Transport for New South Wales or the Minister has a strategy to handle such inquiries or complaints?
No, well, so I'll give one example about how even things have changed. There used to be a direct phone call, a phone number, the 131 500, and you could call that directly and you would speak to someone on the phone and you could log your complaints with them. You now, and I tried this morning, call 131 300. There is now no longer a person on the end of that phone, and you are redirected towards a web page. So even the way in which Transport for New South Wales is interacting with transport users has completely shifted in the last month.
So you've got a situation where there's less frequency of service, missing bus stops, and people don't even have any recourse. They're directed to a web page instead of a real person.
Yeah. 6 weeks ago, if you called 131 500 to talk and provide a complaint, you were talking to someone on the other end of the phone and they would log your complaint. That is now no longer happening.
Deputy Chair, do you mind if I ask you a question?
No, you should go ahead.
Thank you. For Deputy Chair, my apologies.
Deputy Chair's fine.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to get the titles right. I'm a stickler for proper titles. Yeah. Thank you for coming today.
Pleasure.
I guess you've made some comments about the Transport Minister himself and former Transport Ministers and the engagement that's happened between your officers and I'd say the department and the ministry, for example. I'm just curious as to what representations you might have made to, say, the Shadow Minister on the issue and what commitments the Shadow Minister might have given you about addressing the concerns that you've got.
Shadow Minister doesn't run a transport service in my area, Mr. Fang.
No, I appreciate that, but certainly I would say that the Shadow Minister would be hopeful that in less than 12 months, a situation might arise where they are part of a party or a group, if you require some crossbench support, that might be in a position to do something. So certainly I'm sure the Shadow Minister has a view on it. Have you raised it with the Shadow Minister, and what has the Shadow Minister made by way of commitment to you to resolve these issues?
Well, I haven't raised it with the Shadow Minister because the Shadow Minister is not responsible for what's happened in our area. And you have to remember that even if you want to flippantly say that they might be able to do something in 12 months' time, we've got people who are really hurting right now. Let me take you to two of the areas in my electorate that have traditionally been worst served by buses, the suburbs of Botany and Banks Meadow. I bought the Metro bus to Botany. This government took it away, and we had a standing joke in our area. Whenever we wrote to Andrew Constance about bus services in Botany, we would get a letter in identical terms back. And we remember the day, we called it the Bradman, we remember the day we got the 100th letter back in identical terms about a serious situation.
I have history of writing to Mr. Constance, and you got a response. I tend to get responses in the House, but that's by the by. The point being is that you say that the Shadow Minister isn't able to. They don't run the services, and look, point taken. However, in the lead up to the election, I would suspect that the Shadow Minister would be in a position to make commitments and make announcements of what it is that a alternate government might do by way of resolving some of the concerns that you've got. Therefore, I would have thought that as local members, you would have raised these issues with the Shadow Minister and have had some commitments about what they would do and what their leadership might do in a situation where, in less than 12 months, they are in a position to do something about it. Yet you haven't.
So I have ongoing discussions with the Shadow Minister, and we
on this issue
on this issue with this Shadow Minister and the previous Shadow Minister as well. And I just. Can I please finish?
Yeah, sure.
About this. I'll reiterate what the member for Maroubra has just said. We are 12 months away from a next state election, and yes, we will be making 12 months away. We will be making commitments, and we have undertakings from the Shadow Minister. We will be making commitments closer to the election, but these changes today are impacting people. People today are going to be abandoned in the city. They're not going to be able to get home. People today have not been able to access hospitals and doctors, go do grocery shopping.
The light rail does go to Pierdley.
People who, I've had conversations with seniors associations where they've told me that members of their seniors group are no longer turning up because the bus route doesn't take them where they need to go. The bus stop that that is today.
And what? And what has the Shadow?
The Shadow Minister cannot solve that problem. And we have ongoing discussions. And closer to the election, we'll be coming out with our commitments around that and around returning key routes and what our commitments are around that. But none of those commitments make any difference today to the people today that are abandoned, that cannot get anywhere they need to go, that are isolated, and that aren't going to address the long-term mental health and health issues that are caused by these cuts.
Is it fair then, do you think, to say that in a circumstance where in less than 12 months, there is a change in government and the Shadow Minister or a new ministry from Labor is elected, where every single one of the issues that you've raised here in this inquiry today are not addressed? Is that a failure of yours or that potential future government to have addressed them? Because as Mr. Daly said in his opening statement, you are the local members and you know your local area very well. So I'm seeking some clarity about what it is, given that you've raised all these issues and quite specific issues that you want addressed. Is it a reasonable expectation of the community that if you don't have these addressed when your shadow minister or your side of politics is elected, if they are, that you failed in your job?
So let me take you to what I also said in my opening statement at the end of it, when I said all's not lost. It's bad, but it's not lost. I'd be asking, if we formed government tomorrow, I'd be asking the new Transport Minister for what I'm asking the present Transport Minister, which is just to sit down with us and a serious cohort of the community and hear firsthand the drama that's happening in our area and to give serious and proper consideration to changing them to make things better.
Well, can I just ask just a quick follow-up, just on that point? How would, as local members, experienced local members plugged into your community, what would be the reaction of a constituent if you just said, look, just wait till we're elected and we'll fix it?
Only a member of the upper house could ask a question like that. With the greatest respect. They wouldn't be happy.
Well, if you're a pensioner that can't get to the hospital from Botany or Mascot now, what's going to happen speculating on what happens in 12 months' time doesn't help you tomorrow. And this is happening now to people as a result of this decision. And the one thing we can say for certain, in our area, the public transport network has got worse. It hasn't improved, it's got worse.
Well, that allows me
because of those bus cuts that have affected deeply the lives of students right through to pensioners.
Well, that allows me then, Mr. Thistlethwaite, to, I guess, pose a similar question to you. However, of course, the timeframes in this circumstance are going to be completely different because we're in the middle of an election campaign, as you well highlighted. What conversations have you had with your shadows, infrastructure, transport, etc., around these issues, given that you've obviously felt passionate enough to come here today? And what commitments do you think your shadows might be able to make to resolving some of these issues, or at least perhaps making a contribution or a resolution to some of these concerns of yours?
Well, the Commonwealth doesn't run the buses.
No, I know.
But we don't have the constitutional power to run the bus services
I'm not
under our
suggesting
constitution.
that you do, but I
it's
certainly
dealt with by the states.
But certainly there's scope for a federal government to
referendum.
If you'd allow me to finish my question. There is scope for the federal government to provide assistance in securing or developing large infrastructure projects that maybe perhaps will alleviate some of the problems that you've highlighted, given that you've been very, I'll say, uncomplimentary of some of the projects of the state. So while it's been dismissed by Ms. O'Neill,
Dr. O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill, apologies, I'm just following the... I barely know the people on my side of the chamber half the time, given that I am in the upper houses, let alone your side.
On the sheet.
Dr. O'Neill might scoff at the commentary and talk about the Constitution and the like. However, the point is that there are mechanisms that the federal government can do, given that you have taken the time to come here today to make these points. I imagine that you feel quite strongly about it. What representations have you made to your federal shadow colleagues to have some commitments delivered to your area?
Well, I'm here representing the community because this is such a huge issue.
I understand that, but your job...
Point of order. The Deputy President, to be fair, took 3 minutes to ask the witness a question.
I was interrupted.
The question, and the Deputy President can take 4 minutes to ask a question, but now that he's asked the question, Mr. Thistlethwaite was there. I would uphold your point of order.
We're wasting time here.
I would uphold your point of order.
Wasting time. The witness should be allowed to answer the question in full. Go ahead, Mr. Thistlethwaite.
It's a huge issue in the area that I represent, which covers all three of the state electorates, two of them represented here today. I understand that Mr. Honig's appearing tomorrow. And it's because it's such a big issue that I felt compelled to put on behalf of the community how disappointed people are in our area with the changes that have been made. In terms of the Commonwealth doesn't fund bus services. That's distinctly and always has been the remit of the states. It's related to our constitution. In terms of the Labor Party federally, we're making commitments to improve infrastructure around a number of mainly road transport projects, but not directly running bus services because that's the remit of the states.
Dr. O'Neill, the contract, Transdev's contract was entered into, late last year? That's correct?
Yes.
And it's a contract that lasts for 5 years, is that correct?
Yes, my understanding is.
With an option for an additional extension for 3 years, that's correct?
Yes.
Which means that the next government won't be have a position to renegotiate that for either 5 years or 8 years, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, has your community seen that contract?
No.
Is that contract currently secret?
As far, I think and I can double check this, we've gone to try and gipper this, but actually, I don't think we've gippered this because when we've gippered the light rail contract, the level of redaction made it absolutely useless.
There is a standard form contract that is public, but the specific service levels amount of payments, is it your understanding that is kept private for commercial and confidence reasons in general?
It has not been made public to us.
So your community has no idea what exactly it is the public is paying to provide bus services.
Absolutely.
Or the standards that Transdev are meant to meet to your community, correct?
No.
And that's relatively standard, is it not, Dr. O'Neill?
Under this government, yes.
Yeah. And so to the extent to which you are asked about what you intend to do about it should you form a position to form government, are you effectively being asked how you're going to fix a secret contract that lasts for at least 5 years or maybe 8?
Absolutely.
And do you think that your community should have a right to see that contract?
I think that the public has every single right to know where their taxpayer dollars are going.
Are you aware that Transdev are entitled to incentive-based payments if they meet certain KPIs or key performance indicators?
From the contracts, my understanding with Region 6, yes, I do.
And Bus New South Wales today told us that that's standard across all the regions, that all operators are on performance indicators, and that is, to be fair, not a bad thing to have. But has your community been told precisely what the key performance indicators are that Transdev are meant to meet?
No, they haven't.
Did you have any opportunity to make suggestions as to what those KPIs should be?
No.
Did the rest of your community have any opportunity to make suggestions as to what the KPIs would be?
No, the only community consultation that was engaged with our community only happened after we actually pushed for it. A survey went out, which was a bit of a farce of a survey, and the results of that survey were incredibly opaque and not clearly communicated back to us. And when we gippered that, it was then resulted back as a whole bunch of individual items. So it was we were unable to actually even analyse it properly.
And Mr. Daly, I presume that is similar for your constituency and you as well. You weren't shown the contract?
No.
You don't know what the KPIs are?
No.
Your community wasn't given an opportunity to have any input into what they should be?
No.
Would your community have suggestions as to the type of performance indicators you'd like off the operators? On notice, would you like to tell us what you think they should be around reliability, frequency, bus stops?
That's a dig, sir.
Yeah, so I think it's for us on it's one around direct routes into the city from our community and not having to change, not having to take multiple routes, particularly ensuring routes that take people to key health areas has been incredibly important, whether it's Prince of Wales, St Vincent's Hospitals or the Eye Hospital as well. as well as keeping bus stops as well.
Mr. Thiswaite, can I just move on to follow up some questions that the Deputy President was asking you? Are you aware of any proposal from any party that's standing in the federal election to mount a constitutional takeover of the provision of bus services in Australia?
No, I'm not.
And is any party proposing
Point of order, Chair. Point of order. I've been verbal to all. Okay, I'm the sole member of the government here, so I mean, I think it's got to be recognised that I'm continually verbaled by Mr. Mookie and indeed yourself, Deputy Chair, at points of today.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're doing a good job making a silk purse out of a sow's ear, though, I have to say.
Well, you know, it's you need a bloke from Wagga to do these sorts of things.
I didn't even mention the Deputy President in asking the question. I just asked the member whether he was aware of any proposal from any party to mount a constitutional takeover of bus
question.
service.
It was it is. Look, I accept your ruling, Deputy Chair. I'll allow the
member to answer.
Yes.
So the question was: Are you aware of any proposal to exercise the I presume the Commerce Clause of the Constitution to mount a full takeover of the provision of contractual bus services in metropolitan Sydney or any other metropolitan area by a Commonwealth government? No. Fair enough. And my final question to you, Mr. Thiswaite, before I pass back to the Deputy Chair, is if your party is to form government on May 21 and you were to receive a list about all the opportunities you would have to spend Commonwealth money repairing the mistakes of the New South Wales Liberal Party made in New South Wales in the last 12 years, would you have any Commonwealth money left?
I can't speculate on what would be left. All I know is that
not much. You guys get
these decisions have left our community worse off in terms of access to public transport. And I think that Australians pay taxes because they expect decent public services, particularly health, education and public transport services. They're the three basic human rights that people expect from a decent government. And we can say, based on the interactions that we've had with our constituents, that people are worse off when it comes to public transport because of these decisions.
Can I just ask quickly before we wind up, and I notice the Chair's entering the room at the timely moment. I noticed the member for Heffron is here and hasn't been admitted as a witness, but he makes a very valid point in his submission that as the government pays contractors a flat fee, and we've heard here there's actually an incentive payment, there's an inbuilt encouragement for things like cutting routes, because if he guaranteed a price and in fact he guaranteed an incentive for on-time running and all the rest of it, then there is the implication is that if you cut services and miss out bus stops to make the on-time running satisfies and funnel people into light rail, then that's what we've seen happen is a result of that sort of model. Is that an acceptable sort of summary of what's happened here?
Did you raise that with the Shadow Minister? Just checking.
That's part of the problem, Mr. Buttigieg, but let's not forget that it's in black and white in the Transport for New South Wales submissions that over certain aspects of the performance and design of the public transport for New South Wales maintain the right to determine routes and stops and things like that. So this government will not be blaming Transdev for what's happened here. This is all on them.
They have the step-in rights to fix it.
This is all on them.
Yeah.
All good?
I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming today and for your submissions.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
To the extent there were questions taken on notice, it'll be 21 days to return them, but the committee team will be in touch. And that concludes our hearing for today, but we'll be back tomorrow, Wes. Fear not.
Really enjoying it.
Thank you very much. We will have a short deliberative.
I know.